It is Wednesday, my dudes.
You're right, Dread. It should not be giving you a sick remix of the cafe. Oh, let me turn off my thing. There we go. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Or afternoon, whichever time of the day it is for you. How you guys? How we doing? How we holding up? Thank you, Owen, for the pudding. You're very sweet. Yes, well, it's World Building Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Ah! Anyway, sorry about that. I just love that meme. It's one of my favorites. It's so fucking stupid. Another one that I really like is just ooh, 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 ooh. Eat the Bemis. That's it. That's all the video is. Bemis is my favorite fucking word now. But yeah, it's Wednesday. Also, I wasn't on yesterday because I was not feeling good. I woke up and went, oh, I feel like trash. I gotta know. I gotta call in and just chill for the day. Because I woke up with I saw a Bemis toilet seat the other day and almost lost my mind. No, you're like, oh my god, I found it in the wild. It exists. It's real. The One Pieces are real. God, I wish I were you. God, I wish that were me. Yeah, Bemis is a company. No, for real, I took a picture and sent it to Leon. Yeah, I remember him showing me. It was funny. It was like, Bemis is real? Yeah, Bemis is a brand. It's like I don't know what it does. It's like a bathroom fixture brand or some shit. But it's funny. Bemis is the funniest word I've ever fucking heard. And it's now a part of my vocabulary forever. But not for the reason they intended. Ugh. But yeah, yesterday I needed a little break. But I'm back. I am back for Wednesday. And I've been giving this stuff a lot of thought. Specifically, in the last hour. I've just been sitting here grinding things in my brain. Investigate Bemis for when we build new house and furnish bathroom. Yeah, I think they do toilets and bathroom fixtures, like... But I'm not sure exactly. Also, I have Gafool. Because I am a fool. Or Gafool. I'm not saying its actual name because it's not sponsored, but... we know what I'm drinking. I'm drinking that gamey juice. I'm shaking it vigorously in a bottle. I'm doing this, but like, don't take that out of context. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna take a little sip. If I could open it. Ugh. Ah, Dread, no. Oh. Oh, that is strong. Whoa. Anyway. Let's start the art. Someone clip it out. No one clip it out of context. I'll fucking kill you. Battler confirming he doesn't take baths. What? No, I take baths. I wash. I shower on a regular basis, ma'am. I'm not stinky. I stopped playing League. I took a shower, and then I stopped playing League. And now I'm not stinky anymore. I haven't been stinky in years. But, yeah, we're gonna go... I'm gonna go grab my podium. Let's go do that. Where is it? Where's my podium? Where did I put it? Where did Leon move it? Okay, it's over here. Ooh. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Alright, let's go over there. Come on. I'm grabbing you guys by the collar. Come here. Come on. We're going. Come on. Come with me. Whee! Here we are. Here's my podium. I also need to turn down my music. Just a little smidgen. Just a tiny smidgen. hand works. Excellent. We've been manhandled. Yeah, I grabbed all of chat and brought you with me. I said, come here. We're going. But, yeah, we're gonna be working on clothes. Also, last night, because I felt like it, I wanted to practice the manhwa style. It's not a style I'm gonna stick with, but it was a fun little, like, thought process. And I drew my boy Owen as a manhwa character. Yeah, I have you all on kitty leashes. The moment you step into the cafe, I'm like, hi, how you doing? Hey, look, here's your leash. And I just click it. Just click it in your little vest, and I'm like, alright kids, let's go. But yeah, I tried to emulate a manhwa style to see how well it looked, see if I could translate it a bit with my own style, and I could take it or leave it. I'm not a big fan of the more realistic look. Cause I say my art style is somewhat manhwa, but that's the best way I can describe it. Cause here, let me go grab another picture. Let me go grab a picture where I can see someone's face. Rose! I'll grab Rose. This is pretty recent, so... Yeah, you guys can clearly see the difference. I tried to go... The eyebrows are different. Mine are more cartoony, I guess? Mine's just like a slightly westernized manhwa. Let's chew himself free! Yeah, Lillian's just... just going feral. Chewing the fucking leash. But yeah, I had fun. Oh, wait. I can actually just grab the character that I drew. I'm an idiot. Let's go grab the actual character. I'm stupid. If I could find him. It's been a while since I've drawn this boy, though, so... Oh yeah, it's been a hot minute. Oof. I haven't drawn him in my new style at all. Oof. Oofs. Oofs all around. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll just keep Rose. I'll just keep Rose up. But yeah, I had fun with it. But, not for me. Although I did learn some stuff, like how to highlight the lips a bit better, I might do that, but I don't know. Cause, fun little, announcement, I guess. I am starting to get my webcomic started. I'm probably going to draw, some of it on stream while I go through my process. Alright, I don't need the Wizard World. Actually, I could boot it up. Fuck it. Let's boot up my Wizarding World sheet. This is what we've been working on. We've been working on a Magic World because I had complaints about JKRs. Not just the fact that she's a TERF, but the fact that she has made some problematic things. So I'm taking a more spiritual, pagan approach to all this. Yeah, with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, you get it. And, I wanted to work on fashion. Because of course I do. I just have to find the folder. Where is it? I have it saved. I used it for Pyrian's World Building Wednesday. Oh, here it is. It's literally called Clothes. Wow, I'm dumb. Okay, but, don't mind this. This is, for something else. But, this is my lovely little, clothing folder that I've started. I'm gonna move this in here, because we don't need to see it. There we go. And I'm gonna start drawing clothes. Because fun little aside, uh, if you're an isolationist group of people who split off in the 1690s, your clothes are going to evolve differently than your, peers. Now, there is going to be some more modern, not attachments, what is it? More modern influences, because, people are coming in every other decade, and adding their own influences. So there will be Victorian sensibilities, uh, colonial look, like the founding fathers look, the stupid pompous wigs, you know what I'm talking about. There is going to be some overlap, but I want to try and create my own traditional look that has evolved over the centuries. So we're going to cover each century and figure out how this thing evolved. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to go look at 1690s colonial wear. Oh, hiccup. So, 1690s colonial fashion, I guess. Oh no, hiccups. Help. Alright, so... I know it started looking a little, quote-unquote, French, like how we would consider French fashion, the Marie Antoinette and all that. That's when this style, that style started coming in, because, I've already dipped my toes in that look, by the way, because the webcomic I'm working on is actually taking place in the 1740s. So it's a few decades off, but it's fine. God, why are clothes so ugly? Why was the 80s to 1720s kind of ugly? Maybe it's my... maybe it's just my disinterest in colonial fashion, but... it kind of ugly. And, no, they didn't dress like how we see pilgrims. That's not a thing. Not really, at least. The pilgrim look, quote-unquote, is a simplification. But I don't know if there is a difference between American colonial looks and a current European fashions of the time. I can't seem to find a difference. At least whenever I'm looking through here. And it's... it's a little frustrating, actually. Oh! Thank you for the pet! I guess I could look up Puritan clothing, because they would be wearing Puritan clothing at first. That's gonna be the cutoff point. So that's gonna be where we pick up. I don't know if they wore... I'm not sure if they wore super fashionable stuff, so let me do this. 1690s Puritan clothing. Fuck it. Puritan clothing. What does it look like? Okay, this is more akin to what the Pilgrims look like, kind of. They had those little frocks right here, that hung down. They have their black, coats, their tunics, their trousers. It seems like they wore a lot more black and a lot more muted colors. Although this lovely lady is wearing a lovely, it looks like a very pretty lemon yellow coat. So we're gonna start finding the shape. I'm not gonna worry too much about the colors, because I already know what the colors are. Because black is beautiful. Oh. This is me grumbling because I'm struggling to find good references. They're all, like, more stereotypical, like, what we think they look like. But the thing is, they didn't all dress like this. Like, this. They didn't dress like this. Here, let me show you what I keep seeing. This this isn't correct. It looks a little too informal. So I'm trying to find, like, trying to find more accurate clothes. This was not it. Yeah, 'cause see, they wore stuff more like... Oh. Oh, I'm on the same tab. Okay. This doesn't look correct. Is this right? This, maybe. It looked something more like this, perhaps. You see how fucking doofy this guy looks compared to this? So, that's what I'm working on. I'm trying to find, like, something. But this is difficult. Oh, right. I also wanted to go over some of their history, at least. Oh, this looks pretty accurate, too. Okay, but, yeah, I wanted to cover some of their history because...
Ow, ow, eepy bat, eek, eek.
But, yeah, we discussed earlier... Oh, right, I have my stuff clean. But we discussed in an earlier World Building Wednesday that these guys were persecuted for believing in witchcraft, but, it didn't matter what the religion was. A lot of minorities got away from it too, because they were also getting persecuted. If you hear there's been an exodus of people who are said to be witches and being killed, and they're fucking off, you're gonna fuck off with them. So the community now has a prominent black community in their witch circle, I guess. Witch circle. Now I'm not going to go over Nigerian and Congoid religions because I don't know about them, but they probably have some sort of religious mixture of that with the witchcraft. Same thing with the Jewish community. Any Jews that were being fucked with by the Puritans, they got the fuck out of Dodge too, and they settled with the witches. And they've probably mixed in some sort of Kabbalah with the witchcraft that was sort of founded. There's also probably some Native American peoples. I'd have to look up... Actually, let's do that right now. Let me look up Native Americans. By state. Let's do that. Okay.
I need to find a little map to tell me who the fuck was up there, because I don't remember.
Wait, were they actually called the Massachusetts? Oh, the Iroquois. I know about the Iroquois. The Iroquois were near this area. Who else? Because I'm... Malicite? That doesn't sound correct. I think this is correct. I'd have to actually give myself time to look through this, but yeah, there's going to be a few native groups that are in this area as well that have also mixed their ideas with it. And this is how I'm going to explain non-binaryism and not necessarily Two-Spirit. Two-Spirit is specifically a Native American belief. But the concept of Two-Spirit probably leaked into the rest of the groups. So nowadays they're pretty open about non-binary individuals, as well as trans people and gay people. I absolutely knew that I've never met because it's my first time here, friend. How are you? Pinguina! You are not new! That VIP badge and that founder's badge says you ain't new. Anyway, for those who are, welcome in. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today it is Wednesday, my dudes. So I am going over the magic world that I've. Oh, okay. I thought my shit broke and I was gonna cry. But today we're going over my magic world that I've been designing. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm trying to figure out if any of these maps are fucking accurate. Because they seem like they'd be accurate. No, wait, that came out wrong. Wait! Nah, it's fine, Pigwina. I appreciate you no matter what. But yeah, I can't tell if these are accurate. Like, the name of the different peoples that lived here. Near Massachusetts, specifically, apparently there was a type of people, the Iroquois are around, and apparently there was a Massachusetts people, Pecote and Lenape. I'm probably pronouncing these wrong, because I'm stupid. Shawnee, the Shawnee are around.
Oh, thank you for the pet dread.
I don't know enough about any of their cultures to really do anything about it, but I am acknowledging that they are there. Whether or not I am the right person to mock up a concept for any coven families that are not white, I am not the guy to do that. But I am here to say they are there. I'm just not going to touch that, not for a while. Not until I've, like, consulted people. Because I don't want to get anything wrong, and I don't want to disrespect anybody, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do know Two-Spirit is a pretty common thing with Native American peoples. And I do want that to be a concept and an idea that has since trickled into the European, descended coven families. And they've probably started accepting, you know, gay, trans, non-binies. Now now we can have our trans characters in our magic world, our magic academy. But yeah, I wanted to cover that real quick.
Whoa!
But that's stuff that I'm not going to touch right away. Last 3 campaigns I played discrimination, hatred, and crime were the focus.
Oh no!
It happens. As much as we want to live in a perfect world, we don't. As a reflection of that, fantasy worlds are gonna have prejudice too. I mean, yeah, VTM. Vampire the Masquerade. But yeah, it sucks, but there's prejudice no matter where you look, and it's gonna be in our stories. But the fun thing about stories is that you get to tell how it plays out. You get to have the ending you would like. You get to put the prejudiced motherfuckers in their place at the end of it. It's pretty nice. Don't mind me, I'm just shaking my bottle again. There we go. I looked at some old version of D&D where dwarf and elves were classes. Oh god, you mean like version 1 or 2? Because holy shit, I forgot elves used to be a class. There were no half-orcs, and regular orcs looked like boars. It was cool, actually. Whew, that's yummy. But yeah, that also means that there will probably be slight influence with native uh, I guess I could say Shawnee and Iroquois, clothing, and slight, inspiration with, Nigerian and Congo clothes, because those were the two main countries that, a lot of slaves got moved from. But, at least I think, I don't remember. But yeah, there's going to be very little clothing inspiration, probably like leather and trading and all that, but for the most part, I'm not gonna touch that. I'm just gonna add like subtle things here and there. Because they are a peoples that are kind of mingling with each other now. They're gonna do trade. Oh. Okay. I think the moral of that, and being given the choice... Sorry, I took a bite of a banana. Alright, I think the moral of that, and being given the choice to narrate, guide, and shape those games worlds, is a good outline and reflection of IRL stuff. Because I don't know, it always keeps the idea of we need to do better in your mind. Yeah. Also, it makes the world feel more real. Because, like I said, as much as we want a utopia, it's sadly never gonna fucking happen. Not for a while, at least. And especially not in fantasy settings, unless that's what you're going for. There's always gonna be some sort of clash between groups. And there's always going to be some sort of oppression, as shitty as it is. But the fun thing about stories is that you get to write what the oppression is, and you get to write the underdogs getting out of it and winning. And it feels like a hopeful ending for people who have to deal with that shit every day. And it can be pretty cathartic. That's the theme of the day, catharsis. Trying to learn an RPG where the PCs are dolls and toys that live in the dream world? Huh. I've never heard of that. That's interesting. It's hard to word that properly. It makes sense in the brain. Yeah. It's just a mode of catharsis, and also just trying to take control back in a way. Because that's what I do whenever I write those kind of stories. Not to mention, it just makes sense on some contexts. Like, take Eldrig, for example. Eldrig is my D&D campaign world that you guys have seen me work on. You've seen me make maps for it, you've seen me make my races for it. The bugs that I recently finished, sort of finished, the bugs that I was working on, they're a race in Eldrig, but, yeah, the races clash, and the races clash with each other. Because there's always going to be fighting with people that you perceive as other. Also, it's always because of something that started as a catalyst for it. Whether that be, the oppressor's belief systems, like what we have to deal with sometimes, or... Why does this look weird? Or if it's because the people doing it are trying to get something. For instance, in Eldrig, right now, there's a lot of tension between humans, men, the race of men, not dudes, just men, the race, and the Darrens. The Darrens are my big... big ladies with the antler, the horns, and the hooves. The Darren they're not evil. Let's preface that immediately. They're not the bad guys, and they're not evil. However, they are antagonists for some stuff that I have planned. But so are a lot of other races. However, the Darren are going to be a focus for some stuff, specifically the ones in the south, Not the ones on the east. The ones on the east are different, but the ones on the south are having a hell of a problem right now. And they're not evil, but they are very territorial, and they can come off as vicious because of that. Because a lot of people, especially men, the race of men, because they don't fucking understand Darren culture. They're looking at it from the outside, and they just assume the Darrens are just cruel, vicious savages, and they're like, oh, whatever, they're primal, weirdo animal people. That's the, like, stereotype. So there's this really rocky tension between them, especially right now, because in the campaign, something's going to happen that'll cause the Darren in the south to have an unrest, and they're gonna start just infighting with each other to get power over each other. But the thing is, Darrens aren't inherently mean. The people themselves that are in this area are just pissed off and frustrated. The reason for that is because Darrens as a species need to migrate very regularly. These people cannot migrate. They have been forced to the very bottom of the continent by expansion and agriculture and civilization and settlements cropping up from men to the north, elves to the west of them, and then they're cratered in this little area on the very south end called the Kurovi territories, and they are fucking angry about it. They're like, listen, most of that shit up there where the humans are living, that used to be our roaming stuff. The door's stuck, out of my way. Yeah, basically. It's a really good one called Sine Requiere Il Paese de Balocchi. I can't pronounce that. It's an Italian RPG, a spin-off of Sine Requiere, which is a zombie apocalypse setting. It's hard to explain, but really good. Oh, okay. I probably said that completely wrong, because I don't know how to speak italics, and I apologize. But yeah, here, let me pull out my map real quick. Where is it? There it is. But yeah, this is my map. This is the Kurovi territories. These poor motherfuckers cannot stretch their legs out. This used to be part of their territory. It used to be a lot bigger. And the Darrens that live here are used to walking around and being nomadic. It's how they survive. It's how they thrive. They are no longer allowed to do that. They have to resort to agriculture and raising animals in a ranch instead of what they're used to, which is following the herds of wild animals and just taking what they need. They're being forced into being a farming culture, and they fucking hate it. And this happened like hundreds of years ago. It's been hundreds of years in the making. So, they're considered, you know, barbaric savages by humans because they refuse to get with the cookie-cutter template that humans and elves have set in this area. So, you know, they're demonized a bit, just because they are struggling with this kind of agriculture, because it's just not who they are. But that is a fun story that I want to see in my campaign at some point. My players are going to have to deal with the Kurovi territories at some point. They're going to have to deal with relations. They're going to have to deal with Darrens that think they're shit because they got forced onto a piece of land that wasn't even theirs, and now they have to agriculture it. They have to raise animals that they're not even, like, they don't even know. It's stuff like that. The main plot is, it's 1957, the Third Reich won, and every single dead body in the world rose from the earth and decimated the population. I see. Is this godforsaken world? You're a happy little doll that lives from 6 a.m. till midnight. You live into the dream world. Huh. That is really weird. But weird in a good way. Don't take me wrong. That's real interesting. Oh. I thought I heard a kitty. I did hear a kitty. It's my cat. But yeah, so that's a fun little thing that you can, I guess, do with your world. I'm trying to think, because these guys, technically the Darrens are oppressed. They're the ones being fucked with. But the humans are considered... The dream world is all shades of fucked up. From the good way to the bad way. Nice. But yeah, that's just one of many stories of, you know, discrimination, groups clashing. And there is an in-world reason for it to happen. Because the Darrens are sick to death of being stuck in this land. May we see the Darrens? Yeah, I can show you guys the Darrens again. I have shown them off before, but I will show them off again. Let me go grab them. I have so many folders, help. Alright, here is my races. Look at them. Oh,
That's the little bugs, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I was working on bug looks. But the Darren... Okay, these are what the Darren look like. They are big. They are big, they are hot. The ladies are huge and buff. Oh, you weren't around for that? Oh no, you weren't around for that. I'm sorry. But yeah, these are what the Darren look like. They're big buff ladies with, Twinkie boy toys. And there's a reason for that. It's because I based them off of hyenas. Hyenas are also very territorial. But hyenas also have a very strict matriarchy, where the females are actually huge and a lot stronger than the smaller males. The females also have a pseudo-penor, so... Yeah, the boys are very cute. And the women are very step-on-me mommy. These are what the Caprids look like, by the way, because there's different ethnicities for my people. These are the Caprids. Yeah, hyenas are fucking cool. These are the Ariads. These are the ones that you mostly see in Ishad. They're a lot calmer, and they're a lot cooler, because they are more... they don't need to migrate nearly as much. They're the ones that live on the mountainside. They're pretty dope. Then we have the Taurids. They're also near Ishad. They're pretty chill. But they do like roaming plains the most. These guys are more foresty. They're like in the southern forests of Ishad. We love to see it. Yeah, regional diversity. I love these guys. They have furry ears. See, like, some of them have furry ears, some of them don't. These guys don't. But these probably do. I didn't add it, though. And then we have the Alkids. They're moose! I love them. Yes, they're basically, the Caprids, they're, what's the word? Pseudo-ding-dong of hyenas was nature's way to say fuck you in particular. Basically, it's an evolutionary trait that makes, forced penetration impossible. These guys have the same thing. And it has made the women bumpkin huge. Fuck, what is this? What, an impala, I guess? Not an impala, what is it? Gazelle? I guess is the word? Like these fun little curvy horns. I call them Caprids, because that's how I feel. These are the Ariads, they're rams. They're like rams and goats. These guys are tauros, they're bovines, they're we know what a Taurus is. Yeah, they're called Taurids. These are cervids. Cervidae. Yeah, they're deer. And then these guys are Alkids. They're moose! Moosin'! They even have the big fuzzy antlers. Also, I realized these ladies probably have to have really strong bodies Because them horns is hard to keep up. Meese! Yeah, they're meesin'. But yeah, those are my Darrens. Look, you can even see their height differences. Do they velvet and shed like deer moose? Some do, yeah. Some can shed their horns. Yeah, these guys, it's very soft, very, very velvety feeling on their horns. Terrifying. Yeah, they reach upwards of 7'5" to 8 feet tall. Do they get spooked by their horns falling off like deer? Maybe when they're teenagers. Like it's probably spooky at any time the first time your horns fall off, but after that, and their like parent sits them down and is like, yeah, it happens. I'm sure they don't care. Also, I'm pretty sure some of them don't lose their horns. Maybe only these two, but who knows.
Yeah, those are my Darrens.
I have a lot of races, by the way, Dread. You've missed a bunch of them. Like, these are my humans. They're just standard human. Like, these are the dunes folk, the desert folk. 24/7 horny races, ayo, ayo. Hornery. These are, like, Horn of Africa kind of people. They're called the rock folk. These guys are more like the Mediterranean peoples. They are plains folk. These guys are more like the Irish. They're called the hills folk. And then we have the people that live in the bitter-ass cold north. They're a lot like the Sami. They're called the snows folk. Then we have elves. I've missed a lot of them. I think it was here for bees and ants forward. Yeah, you've missed all of these then. These are the elves. These guys are the sun elves, or the gold elves, as they call themselves. They live in the desert, along with the humans. These are the silver elves. They live on like a really, really humid... how do I explain it? They live in like a swamp area almost. In a little swamp island called Beiting. And they are all these are concentrated in that area. This ethnicity you will only find there. These guys are copper. They live close to the desert. Ah, the Shrek elves. Oh, I actually have picture examples in my D&D folder that shows what their environment looks like. It's real pretty. They come from the exotic world of Louisiana. No. Let me look it over. Let me go find them real quick. Here it is. All right, elves. Yeah, let me go grab a few pictures to show it off. Like, this is a really good example of their home. And a lot of these I just have saved. This is a boat example I saved. It's just like a waterway. With a lot of trees everywhere. Like this, they probably have like nothing but yeah, like a swampy area like this. It's very pretty. I get what you're saying. Louisiana, how exotic. Yeah. Yeah, see this kind of stuff. Except it's like East Asian inspired. Japanese Louisiana, I'm down, hell yeah. Less Japanese, more Chinese-ish. Kind of. Let me go look at their clothes. I have clothing examples too. And I think I'm leaning more towards What is it called? What is this called? Vietnamese! Vietnam! I'm leaning more towards Vietnam clothing. Because Vietnam, I've noticed has the big hats that I want. That... This is not my playlist. I clicked something on accident. And now we're listening to Genshin Impact, apparently. Let's back off from that. Let me go find... Let me go find a playlist we can listen to. That's not Genshin Impact. Let's listen to this. This is pretty. I was gonna say. There we go. This is pretty good. But yeah, I'll show you the clothes in a moment. But yeah, see? This is what they look like. They probably have a lot of boat houses. They have these like open homes. Look at that. Look how pretty that is. That's exactly where they live. And it's like an island here. I'll show you where it's located. This was about the Witch World. And then I got distracted. Doesn't mean clicking things. Never happened. Never happened. Y'all, never happened. I grabbed this. Let's see. Let me open it again. I grabbed this. Like, I made a little mood board of clothes that I could see them wearing. So you could look at them and then look at the clothes. And I like these, like, open... maybe not, like, looking like mushrooms. But, I really like these really big hats. And there's a reason for that. These people live in a very wet, somewhat rainy environment. I didn't mean to derail the stream. No, it's fine. My train is never railed. The rails are a formality. We're floating in this bitch. But, yeah, it's a very drippy, very humid, very rainy place. So I want them to have these hats that sit on their heads that they can wrap around, and it will... Tesma's Mind is not OSHA compliant. I'm not OSHA compliant at all. But yeah, I want them to have these hats that keep the rain off of them, essentially. Also, this is probably a pretty good city district, and they probably have, like, trees hanging over them up here. And maybe tarps that catch rainwater that come down into these drains, and then they use that for stuff. Oh, right, I was gonna find the map itself. Let me do that. There we go. This is where they live. This island, called Beiting. And they live in like a swampy area over here, and some live over here where it's especially dense. And this is just nothing but water. There we go. But now you guys know what these guys look like. They're so cool. So yes, they come from the exotic land of Louisiana. And then we have the copper elves that live nearby. I could reopen my map, just to show where each one is from. Because each one comes from a specific country. Roughly. There we go. Oh wait, what am I doing? I just do this.
Yeah.
I'll focus on these two genders for the time being. But yeah, these guys come from Kotokara, which is over here. And then we have the Bronze Elves, which come also from Kotokara. They kind of hang out in Kotokara and Solesos. They're pretty dope. And then we have the Obsidian Elves. They're very pretty. Have you ever seen Desmond where PPEs during World Building Wednesday? No. Nah, we ain't doing that. What's a Geneva Convention? But yeah, the Obsidian Elves come from Cipele, and they live on a volcano island. Now, fun fact about my elves, they have hair and skin tone. I think you mean the Geneva Suggestions. Yeah, the Geneva Guidelines. But yeah, the elves, the way I design them is I want their hair to fit where they're from. Much like how cats' fur helps them blend into the environment they're in. Like, you know, you'll see a snow leopard with white fur. The elves are the same way. If they come from a region that looks a certain way, their hair color is going to be that color. So sun elves, their skin is going to be dark because they have a lot of melanin, because they're in the desert. But their hair is blonde, a bleachy blonde, and that's because they're in an area with a lot of sand and dunes. I'm sure you guys understand that. I'm sure you can get where I'm going at with this. It's because they're meant to blend in with it. So then when you see these silver elves, their hair starts out black and then turns white as they get older. That is because of some genetic shit that happened between the Cipele, the Obsidian Elves, and the elves up here. So they aren't naturally occurring, but I base them off of tuxedo cats. My elves are just cats. Copper elves, they're from the red, not sands, but like the red cliff sides. So their hair and their skin is red. Same thing with these guys. These guys come from a very, very dense forest area. And they're kind of like wild elves, where they're blending in with the bark of the trees. So these guys, they blend in with the basalt on their island, which is why their hair is a combination of black and like gray. And that gray is very common. So they will have white streaks in their hair. Some of them will even have full head of white to gray hair. They're really fun. And then finally, the Chalcedony Chalcedony, I think I called them. They come from up here in Dolma. So they're extremely pale, hair very, very pale yellow-white. And it reflects the snow area in Dolma. So yeah, there you go, Dread. Those are my elves. I have dwarves too. I have very lovely little dwarves. My dwarves are strange as hell, and I love it. They're all based off of rodents, and they're all on the mountain area. These guys are the Codiran elves. Or elves? Dwerg. The Codiran dwarves. Is that a squirrel? Yes, we're getting to that. These are the moles. They live primarily here. These are the squirrels. I love them. But yeah, they look like kobolds almost. Yeah, they're squirrel dwerg. And they come mainly from Chawalala. Chawalala is what they call their homeland. They live in the trees, and they are crazy. They are very protective, very vicious, very mongrelly, and they will fuck you up if you go through their forest without permission. They do not like strangers. These are the mouse dwerg. They don't like strangers either, but instead of actively fucking your shit up like a squirrel, they're mouseies. They will hide. And they are typically from Aunlenig. Aunlenig, as I call it, I think. They're cute little redheaded babies. And yeah, you can see they have tails. The dwarves, the dwerg, these guys also have tails, but you can't see the moles' tails, because they're tiny and short and stubby, because they're moles. So, yeah, that's what those look like. And then we have the prairie dogs. The prairie dogs are very sweet. They're from this region. They don't have a land to themselves, but they don't really want their own country, really. they're a nomadic people that live underground. They don't really adhere to anything that the Assyrian Empire, this place, set up. They might actually be closer to here. And then we have my capybaras. I love my capybaras. They're absolutely sweet. They come from this area and this area. They live in Clendel, where the elves, or the humans, are the most prominent, and they're very kind. Would that mean that the deep dwarves would have terrifying tentacle noses? Like star-nosed moles? Not quite. I thought about it, but I thought best not to. Yeah, look at her chubby tummy. I love how chubby they are. I just love them chubby. Okay, these guys aren't chubby, but that's because they're in a different biome, different ethnicity, different food to eat. These guys are chubby, though. Chubby. These guys, same difference with the prairie dogs. They have a different body structure, body system. And then these guys are just big. Okay, so those are my dwerg. We've seen the Darrens. Most of the Darren, specifically these guys, come from the Kurovi territories. The Darrens come from the Kurovi territories. These guys come from Ishad, which is up here. They walk around the mountains, and they're pretty happy about it. These guys come from the Kurovi territories. And these guys are more situated near Ishad, but specifically they kind of wander around here where there's denser forest. And then these guys come more from up here. They've since walked away from Ishad and went closer to Dolma. So yeah, you can kind of see where I've situated all of my people. And then we have the Shayani. They're really cool. But no matter what ethnicity they are, they all come from this island called Shaya. Tumby. Yeah, Tumby. Yeah, they all come from Shaya. Arms! Yeah, they got arms. And their only ethnicity difference is just their colors. They just have different colors. They're very pretty, though. The Trakov! The Trakovish are my favorite, by the way. They're pretty cool. And they only come from up here, Trakov. Most of them actually live underground. This little area is just a formality. It's a territory that they've started settling after they've come out of the ground. And they're actually the first race I worked on the channel. And then we got the Brightlings. They're pretty cool. They're from up here. They're from a place called Pyroville. And they're very shiny. And they have very pretty, what's this called? Stained glass looking wings. They're very cool. Arms for days. 4 days specifically. Thank you, Lillian. And then we have my kibbies. They don't live here. They live on the other area. But they're still cool. I still love them. We have our grassy kibbies. Stripes, cheetahs, leopards, lions. It's all in good fun. We have little goblins. I didn't really cover the goblins much, but suffice it to say they're like bunnies. And they're actually green because, one, they have, instead of hemoglobin, they have, what is it? Because our skin tone has a mixture of red and yellow pigmentation. These guys have cyan instead, which is actually a thing. Let me go look that up again. I don't remember what it's called. Let me go look up why our skin is pink. Copper blood? Not copper blood, but they do have cyan. Let me look that up though. I cannot. The science of skin color. No, It's a thing, and I can't figure out what the word is. Skin cells called melanocytes. Let me look up the wiki article of a melanocyte. Yeah, melanocytes are skin color, skin pigments that basically make our skin the color it is. Chromatophore. No, we're not looking at chromatophores. I'll look at chromatophores later. Let's see. Yeah, we did this before on the internet, but on stream, but I can't remember exactly the thing. Yes, tell me about the human pigmentation. I don't need to know about this. I don't need to know about this. I don't need to know about dark skin versus light skin. I'm looking for the actual word that causes the color. Because there's a term for it. I just can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's like hemo something. It's like... not hemo something. It's... this is frustrating. Pheomelanin. That's what it is. Pheomelanin. Pheomelanin has to do with the brown color, and it's a combination of hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is to do with blood. It's something else. It's hard to explain. Let me go look here, though. Let's see. Melanin is the primary determinant of skin color. It is also found in hair, the pigment behind irises, and stria vascularis of the inner ear. Eumelanin! Eumelanin polymers have long been thought to comprise numerous cross-linked... Alright, pheomelanin. Yeah, pheomelanin is the range of yellow to red in our skin tones, and it's the reason we have red undertones in our skin. Red and brown. Red, brown, and yellow. It's the reason our nipples are pink to brown. It's also what gives us red hair. But there is more than one of those colors. There is such a thing as cyanmelanin, which is cyan. Taking notes on this nipple science. If you want more scientific theory, fun fact, did you know that the head of your pinor is the same color as your nipple and your lip? Fun facts with Desmond Dracula here. I hope I haven't ruined your day with that, but... hang on, BRB. Oh my god. It's just... everyone checking round 2. The same can be said about vagubas. The labia majora and minora... oh, the labia minora is also the same color as your nipples. It's because that's our secondary color. What am I supposed to do with this knowledge? Well, it's a really good knowledge to have when you're an artist. Okay, can confirm. Yeah, see? Lillian knows now. But, fun fact, you know how to do that now as an artist. For instance, you see this dude's upper lip? Which, fun fact, if you're drawing, black or dark-skinned characters, they usually have, like, a pink underlip. It's really interesting. But, you see his upper lip? It's the exact same color as his nipple. It's a good artist tool. I just realized the trend I keep seeing on TikTok now. What's the trend? Now I'm curious. Tell me. Now you know. Now you know. If you're ever drawing and you need a quick hand colors, remember, we come in 2 colors. Our main epidermal color, and then our lip nipple genitalia color. That we have 2 colors. There you go. Anyway, the dude's tip color for their manicures. Dude's tip color for manicures? What is... Oh, girls are using the tip color for their nails at a salon. Their dude's tip color... I see. I had to read that. I had to read that a certain way. Why is that a trend? Why is that a trend? Why? Listen, okay, Dread, you know what? We're even. I told you something cursed. You got to tell me something cursed. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. It sucks. I'm fucking stupid. Anyway, I guess I'll keep going. Hold on, let me find something. Yes, I am melanin. It's not working. Oh well. We'll just close it out. But yeah, these guys don't have eumelanin and pheomelanin. They don't have they have red undertones, sure, but they have cyan as a backdrop for their color instead of red. So they're going to have bluish to yellowish skins. So they'll, you know, this is a mixture of... Whoa, it didn't hit me!
Oh no, it didn't hit me.
Uh-oh, it didn't hit me. Hold up. Let me log back in.
Ow!
Thanks for the test, Dread. Or Lilin. Thanks for the... Uh-oh!
Ow!
Dread said, that one didn't hit you? Guess what? The whole thing's gonna hit you now, bitch. Y'all are silly. I'll just go back to sipping tea, why don't you? But yeah, that's why my little go bowls have these very interesting colors. And then I have my Kroom doll. I love my Kroom doll, by the way. Look at these motherfuckers. They're ripped to shit. They're not orcs, but I guess they're like orc-inspired-ish. They're called Kroom doll. And they are evolved from boars. Different types of swine. So these guys, they're like warthogs, wild forest boars, all that good shit. So this is one of them. You can even tell by the ears. They're also considered like the tamer version, the tame cousins of the Darrens. The Kroomdal are very sweet. Here, let me pull up like a good reference for them. Because I do have racial pictures saved here and there. And this is kind of how I picture them. Like, I don't see the orcs, quote-unquote orcs, or the Kroomdal as, like, standard... Yeah, like this. They are red. They are red to brown. Bark. Bark! Bark, 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 bark! And they are very big. Here's another good picture. Also, their teeth aren't tusks that... Oh, this is also a really good one. This is one of my... They're more like hobgoblins, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. They're more like D&D hobgoblins. Where they have, like, the red look to them. I love them. Like, here's another good reference. But yeah, this is what these guys look like. These are the clay. These are the oral. Their teeth also change depending on their ethnicity. These are the brown ones, the lovelies. And these are the ash ones. They're the ones that you will see mainly in the bitter cold fucking north.
But yeah, those are the Krumdal. I love them.
And yeah, they're seen as like the calmer versions of the Darrens, because they're also pretty big and imposing, but they're just protective of their land, and they don't need to nomadic roam. They're actually the opposite of the Darrens when it comes to their land. They find a spot, and that's their home for like generations. Do not cross that territory line. Unless you are a welcome guest. If you don't have permission, you will get attacked. Not necessarily to be killed, but just to be told to fuck off. Because they don't really like visitors. Unless the people are, the person or the group coming in have been given express permission to enter their territory. They're very territorial. They're very boar-like.
But yeah, I love the Krumdal.
And then, you've seen the bees, Dread, runs up on you. Oh, I fuck off, runs away, basically. Twitch only letting me watch it like 8-bit. Oh, no. That sucks, I'm sorry. But yeah, you said you've seen my bees. So, they need no introduction. Those are the bees. These are the blue Vespoids. These are the regular Vespoids. They're assholes. These are ants. These are termites. And then these are the pale termites. And then the last race are my elves. They're elephants. Zahima. The round-eared ones. The flat fan-eared ones. And then the spotted ones. Elephants! The elephants are really fun. These guys are actually a bringover. Actually, a lot of these guys are imports from my old world that I never got to do anything with. The elves, they're different. The humans are not. The Dwerg, they're a little different. The Darren are not. The Shayani are not. The Thrakovish are completely new. The Brightlings are new. The Skotama are new. The Gobel are new. The Krumdal are new. A lot of them are new, but these guys, they were imports. They're very pretty, too. There we go. But yeah, with that out of the way, I hope, Dread, you have seen all of my babies. And I hope you like them. I can cover more of those guys later, but right now I do want to work on the, this thing. But yeah, don't feel bad about quote-unquote sending me off on a tangent. I will always be happy to pull that sheet up and just talk about my babies some more, because I absolutely love the way Eldrig is evolving. And it's a campaign that I've been working on off and on. What the fuck was that? Anyway. It's a campaign that I've been wanting to work on off and on for a while. And I'm ready to put people through it. Stares at Lillian. Alright, but first we're gonna work on these guys. So, this is going to be 1690s fashion. And this is going to be our starting point. Now, clothing seems to take on an almost completely different silhouette and style every 10 to 15 years. So we're going to focus on 10-year spans whenever we start working on this. Don't mind me, just getting a drink of my gafool. My caffeine. And we're going to grab up some guys' outfits here. Which, like I said, it's a little difficult to do, because the reference pictures for these guys is kind of shit. They're very few and far between. And some of them are stereotypical. Let's grab this. Okay, so this is gonna be the closest I can get to. Okay, so they wear these fun little wide-brimmed hats. I don't know if the hats have... I don't think the hats have buckles, but they do have, like, these little brims. And the hat wraps around the head. There we go. What's those eyes about, Woo-win? Pet pet. Then they have, like, these neck ruffles. Some are ruffly, some are not. I'm gonna make this guy's kinda ruffly, like this. Yeah, it looks kinda stupid. Maybe I won't. Slight ruffles. Oh, wait, it's like a square. Hold up. So, yeah, they attach the collar here. It seals. And then they... looks like this. It's like a bib. They're just all wearing bibs. And then underneath we have more stereotypical 16 to 1700s clothes. It looks like they have capelets, but I don't know if I should worry about that. It doesn't matter. Alright, so let's draw their cloaks here. Yeah, and it looks like their sleeves were starting to puff out slightly, which followed French clothing, French fashions, but it doesn't seem like they quite got there, if that makes sense. Because, see, their sleeves were kind of poof-oofy. Like this. And then they had a vest. Vest has boot. No! Turned off the wrong layer! I'm a stupid dumb. Let's give him some buttons. Here we go. I think I should make this a little bigger.
Really flare his hips out.
And I also know that French clothing, or the 1600s, late 1600s clothing, 1700s clothing, had this. They also had pants. Fun fact, by the way, their pants came up to here, and then they buttoned them up there, so they had pants doing this. Okay. They also had pants that buttoned on the side here. Right here. And then they had white tights for the legs. And then they wore like these buckle shoes. The shoe had a lip. And it usually had like a point to it. Like so. Shoe looks wampus, but it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna go stare at a few more looks of stereotypical pilgrim's clothing. Yeah, this guy's wearing like a full-blown coat. Yeah, this is a pretty good reference as well. Cause see, they wore these like coats underneath. Let me do this. And then they had like these buckle shoes. This is more European looking, while this is probably more American, because the Puritans were cracked and they were just cracked. But I think I will give him that look. Let me do this. At least the underside of the coat. So, something like this. It's buttoned here, comes down here. There we go. That looks better. There we go. So, I think that's fine. Like I said, it's not quite this, because this was a little later in Europe. You think they knew how to bust it down in the 1690s? Nah. Quaker! Quaker fashion! That's what it's called. It's called Quaker fashion. Damn, I'm dumb. Yeah, Puritan and Quaker. Quaker specifically is 1670s, I think. Alright, so let's work on the ladies' outfit next. Alright, women typically wore coifs. Women wore coifs until like the 1720s, 1730s, and that's because especially in aristocracy started wearing really big, stupid, puffy wigs. I'm pretty sure, false threat, I have insufficient cubes to disrupt stream again. Oh, you were gonna make me get down. Fair. But yeah, a lot of women wore coifs, which is what you're kind of seeing this lady wear. She's wearing a scarf around her head, but underneath is probably a coif. And what a coif is this little, like, cap. It's like a little cotton cap that they put on their head and to protect their hair and keep their hair clean. And it usually attached right here. You've seen the hat. I'm sure you'd recognize it if you saw it. It looks like the silly white Puritan lady hat. Let me go look for it. Men wore coifs too? Nice, but this is a coif. Let me copy it. This is red, but it's still a coif. It's that stupid little hat. A dumb little hat that they wore. And they usually wore it on top of hair because, I think it was made out of linen. Usually linen or cotton, and that's because it actually, cleaned the hair. It kept the hair clean longer. Because, linen, deals with your hair oils. It's pretty cool. So if you have really long hair, like you did back then, you put it in a coif to keep that shit simple. Little House on the Prairie vibes. Yeah, the coifs, the stupid little hats. Stupid little hair wraps. Men wore them too, apparently, but not during this time. They've since stopped wearing them in the 1700s. So I'm gonna give this lady her coif. I'm also gonna have like some strings down here from the back because they tied them around in the back. This thing actually looped around their head and it tied in the back. And then it stuck out like a little fucking muffin top. And then it was like really folded here. There we go. So there's her coif. I know they usually wore a chemise, also called a shift, on the inside of their dress. It's that white linen underlayer of everything. Also, I'm gonna save this. I haven't saved in a hot minute. Let's do that. Where... Where are you? Okay, so we don't really see any chemises here, but we're gonna work with what the dudes have. So the ladies did something similar, it seems. They had a white collar on their neck, but it was usually round, and it seems to tuck in right here and open. And then their dress comes down like so. Like this. I'm gonna have to get one. I've been growing out my hair for the wedding, and my god, my fiance's trapped me like a rat at night by accidentally rolling onto it. Ow! Yeah, get a koi for a hat for your hair. Fun fact, my hair used to be really long. I used to have super long hair, like it reached my butt. That's how long it was. Poor fucking Leon is all I gotta say. That poor motherfucker got tangled in it every night. And then I side shaved it. I just grabbed it one day, cut it off, and then side shaved it. And since then I've let it grow out, and this is what it looks like. It's my wolf cut. But yeah, my hair has gone through a journey. Alright, the ladies also have these little cuffs. But the cuffs aren't as big or as crazy. There we go. Here's their little sleeveys. And it looks like they have, like, ties in their shirt, like this. And then underneath, they have their dress. It's like a nice little dress. And you can't see their shoes, so I'm not going to draw the shoes. There we go. On top of this, however, they will sometimes also have aprons. There will be an area, there will come time where they have to do, like, chores or whatever, housework, cleaning, who knows, and they put on a little apron right here. Right on top of everything. Come on. There we go. Big eraser. So there's the apron. So this is our 1690s basic look. Oh, this is a fairly okay look to show. Something kind of like this, I guess? I don't know if the colors are absolutely correct, but it's close. So there we go. That's our 1690s. Now, as the 1700s to 1740s crept in, this look probably moved the same as standard fashion. At least a little bit, but then it started splitting off. Because, one, they were already once removed from European fashion because they're no longer in Europe, they're in colonial America. So colonial fashion is going to start looking somewhat different to European fashion, but these guys are also removed from that as well. So their stuff is going to look a lot less European. Let me go through here. Let me start doing my little evolution here. Okay. There we go. Alright, let me go look at different clothes. I know there's a website that lets me do this. Let's go look for it. Ugh. I think it's called Bloshka. I use a website called Bloshka that lets me look at clothes. It's a really good website. It's run very well. Oh, I was gonna have a heart attack. I'm like, where's Blushka? Alright, so this is 18th century clothes. We're now moving into the 18th century. And yeah, Blushka covers a lot of stuff. Just alcohol? No, that's not what I need. Cravat? No. Tricorn? No. Allonge? That's the wig. Aha! Here we go. Okay. I have 1700s fashion pulled up. Oh no. Oh no, I can't see all of it anymore. That's sad. Hold up. I think Blushka changed some stuff. I need to figure out how to go find it. That little tap is not annoying, but confusing. 1500s, 1800s.
No, I don't have it. Oh no, I'm lame. Guys, I'm lame.
I could just look it up on here. That's 1800s. Damn it! Damn it! Fuck! Oh, wait.
I found it. Don't worry, guys. I know you were worried, but I found it.
I know you were so worried, but I found it. Don't worry. Alright. Yeah, I had to find, what's it called? The Blushka stuff, because the website itself doesn't have it anymore. I'm really fucking mad. It's Patreon only now. And I'm like, what? No, then why have the website? That's depressing. I mean, I get it, get that paper, but like, it was available before. It was free before. Don't lock it in a paywall if you already made it free. That... I don't know, that's just me. Angry. Anyway. I'm gonna go stare at 1700s clothing now. Granted, a lot of clothing, most of our references is only really seen in the aristocracy, which is really fucking frustrating when we're trying to figure out what people dressed like, you know, as normal people. But, regular run-of-the-mill people didn't get paintings done of themselves, so it's real hard to know what they looked like. However, we can assess through just seeing how humans work that they more than likely were wearing some sort of outfits inspired by the elite aristocracy. And that's because aristocracy set the precipice for what fashion was. So if we go and look at them, and they were probably a bit behind in the times, but not by much. So, you know, if we go look at 17th century fashion, we can kind of deduce that people were wearing something similar, if not very simplified, and also used more for pragmatic purposes, because The rich were able to kind of flaunt their wealth and wear whatever the fuck they wanted. Meanwhile, regular people needed to dress down and dress for everyday work. So, we're gonna have to take that into consideration when looking at these clothing pieces. Which is what this is for. So yeah, let's go stare at colonial clothing. And yeah, it slowly started moving into this look as the 1700s started. Because of European sensibilities. Also, the Puritans and the Puritan thinking and way of life started taking, like, not a backseat, but it was certainly not as prominent, especially after the whole Salem witch trial debacle. Also, the quote-unquote, what is it called? Like, the era of reason, quote-unquote, started coming in. And people started worrying less about superstition and started thinking more scientifically. So there's gonna be a tone shift. Let's see here. Nope, that's a chemise. That's not a full costume. That's underwear. Alright, so it doesn't seem like clothing tended to change much until about the 20s? 20s, 30s. That's when I don't want to say French, because it's not technically French, but that's when they started becoming more fashion-minded. Oh, that looks terrible. Alright, let's go back up here. I'm gonna do this. 1710s. Okay. Yeah, we'll just work with what we got. So, I'm gonna say these guys' coats started getting longer. They started getting cravats, and their hats started folding up. Let's turn off symmetry. Wait, are both symmetry? No, they're not. Thank God, because that would have broken it. So, let's say 1710s. Fuck it. Let's start moving in every 20 years, because I don't want to focus on every single decade. That's how we sit here forever. Okay, this is a pretty good reference. I want to feel like by the 1780s is when it really starts drifting. So we're gonna go look at the older stuff, the 1650s, or not 1650s, 1750s, 1760s, and we're gonna start drifting from that point, I think. This music's pretty jazzy, actually. It's called Dark Disco. We're listening to Blutbacks. No, Boot Blacks. Fuck. Blutbacks. Oh, right. Should I worry about hair? I don't have to worry about it right now because they're all kind of, like, concentrated in a hat. And let's not. I'm not gonna worry about it. Oof. Okay. Alrighty, so the 17... Yeah, let's say the 1720s. Or the 1710s. No, you know what? No, I'm moving it to the 20s. Just so I can keep it even. 20s. Woo! So by then, I want to say this folded up, that's now a cravat. Like how we see over here. It's going to be very close to this, actually. Hi, Pats! How's it going? Welcome in. It is going good here, by the way. We are going over clothing for my witch world, my magic world. Because, I can't help myself. I love clothes, and I love, like, just thinking about clothes. Because I'm crazy. And, we just finished drawing, standard Puritan clothing that was found in, Salem. Granted, I still think it's a bit stereotypical. We may need to clean it up a little bit. But, yeah. How you doing? I want the costume design to look good. I really like the big sleeves, by the way. I think I might incorporate big sleeves at some point. Like the big puffy shoulder sleeves. It looks really good. Material girl! Material girl! Me grabbing the face of every outfit in Penny Dreadful. Doing good, but pretty dull, chilly day so far. Yeah, it's been a nice chill day. I'm glad to hear you're just chilling. Okay. We're going backwards. I'm looking at clothes. I'm like, that works. That looks pretty progressive. Says 1680s. Fuck! I went backwards! I wish there was like an actual official book for this shit. I'm sure there is, I just don't have access to it, and it's frustrating me. I want that access. I want that book. I meant to post a picture of my wedding cake toppers that came in yesterday. Do it! Do it! I really need to make a channel in Discord that lets people post pictures of like real life stuff that isn't their pets. Oh, that's cute! What the fuck? It's a penguin and a fox. Who's who? Who's... What are you in the relationship? The penguin or the fox? But which one's you? Oh, it's a raccoon. Pfft, I'm stupid. Are you the You're the raccoon. You know what? I feel that. I'm also raccoon energy. I, too, can be found in a dumpster at 2 a.m. No, get out of here. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna clean up the outfit a little bit because I kinda did make it look stereotypical, so let's do it again. Let's run it back. Alright, 1690. And then this time I'm gonna do it where it's not poopy. So, just before, like I said, they wore these tall brim You try to start a ruckus without me? What the fuck? I am back. I gotta adjust myself. Yeah, I see you. I see you. Dread. If that is your real name. Captain, if that is your real name. I don't think that's your real name. I think your name is actually Ruckus Maker. It's just my working theory, though. Alrighty. Let's do this quickly, though.
Oh, well,
Wait, did I miss the ruckus hack? No. No ruckus. Alright. I'm speeding this because I can, so.
well.
They still had these. Ow. Alright, I think they also had, like, string here? Yeah. They still had their tights. And they have their buckles. There we go. And their sleeveys. They still had those cuffs, and the cuffs were starting to get somewhat big, but not too big. There we go. A little nicer, a little fancier. Now let's start with women's fashion. Once again, they were wearing those coifs. That kind of looked like a bun. Had string attached in the back. Bly! Hi, Bly! Welcome in! Thank you! We're drawing Puritan clothing. Because, fun little fact, we are working on, it is World Building Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. So we're working on, building up world stuff. And for the past few World Building Wednesdays, I've been creating my own magic world. With blackjack and hookers. Because fuck JKR. And also, I've wanted to do this anyway. I'm just... The funny teehee wizard game, it was the final push, I guess, for me to go, fuck this. I'm making my own world to play in. And that's what this is. It's essentially for me. And, it's based around, the American witchcraft stuff. With, like, Salem and all that. So I'm starting off with pilgrim clothes. Today we're working on clothes. And I'm going to evolve the Puritan clothes into something different than what our clothes started off as. Our clothes looked like. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I'm glad it looks good. Alright, so let's give this lady this. They also wore shifts, like I said, chemises. They're underwear, basically. You can't quite see it on her, because she has this scarf tucked in right here, which is what they also did. They also tucked in scarves right here to let it hide the shifts, but we're gonna keep that out of this. And then they had their shirts. It was mostly the men that had cuffs, though. It doesn't look like the women did as much. At least not on this piece. Then they had their little waist waist shirts. There we go. Now, I fucked up the first time I drew this. This is why I'm mainly doing this over. Apparently the aprons went underneath. The aprons did this. Whoa, it did not do that. That was my line going stupid. There we go. Yeah, apparently the aprons were tucked in and made underneath. And then this stuck out like this a little. And then I will give her the same little buckle shoes. There you go, darling. And let's give her sleeves. I'll give her the cuffs, just because I feel like it. But, know that the cuffs were not a common thing. Whoa! Thank you for the thank you for the water. You. And boy thighs. While I'm at it, I'm also gonna get a sip of my, Micah Fool. There we go.
Thank you for the snack. I'm gonna eat the rest of my banana.
I'm gonna put this banana in my mouth. Oh my god, am I dumb? There we go. I think I'm dumb. I forgot to okay, so this is my situation. I forgot to take off the sticker. And so it was real hard to unroll it. It was hard to unsheath the banana. Banana. Just to be clear, I eat toes. You know what? That's fair. Live your truth. I'm not here to kink shame. I've admitted more than once on this channel I'm a monster fucker. Anyway. I'm gonna go stare at clothes now. Alright, so we've cleared up the misconceptions here with these outfits. Any gays. Me! I'm gays! Yeah, it's only French outfits that I can find. It's really frustrating. It's almost like I accidentally tailored my stuff to just be about French stuff. It's almost like I've just been looking at 1740s French fashion for the past 2 months. I wonder why. For those who don't know, I'm being a little shit. It's called I'm working on a webcomic about monster fucking. Alright, so I'm gonna make it the 1720s again. And we're gonna push the clothing. It's gonna be closer to this, because I like this look. But there's gonna be some differences. I'm going to start moving the differences away from standard clothes. I hope your wishes recover from French soon. Me too. They deserve to not be French. Alright, this is Regency period. Okay, we're out of 1740s France. We're looking at Regency period. Or Regency? How the fuck you say that?
That's the 1800s.
That's to be fair, I fucking love the Regency period. The clothing back then is so fucking pretty. They've got like a really high waist. They've got like an empire, it's called an empire waist. And It's got really pretty trains, it's got the puffy little sleeves, it looks real pretty. Regency period clothing is absolutely beautiful. We should appreciate it more. Oh, that's a rope. Alright, I need to close this out. I also need to close this out. And this. I don't need this. Okay. Oh, I know where I could look. Hold up. There's another, not a website, but there's another artist that works on clothing and fashion and like historical stuff. And I think I could go peek on them, but I don't think they've drawn anything American colonial. Which is sad, but whatever. It's something. Yeah, they're called Tadarida? Tadarida? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Tadarida? Anyway, their art is real pretty, and I like it. I like looking at all their stuff. So we're gonna go look at the Baroque styles that they've drawn. That is all 1600s. Let's scoot out of that. 1700s, here we go. Okay, so it looks like they start really employing folds, especially cravats for the men, and then they start pulling in this. So this is close to the 1720s. So we're gonna use that as reference. So let's do it. So I'm gonna make the hats shape in just a bit more. Here you see how it starts curling up. That's because it's making way for the tricorn. And remember, these guys are still technically being influenced by the outside world because a lot of people are still coming in. So this hat is gonna pull in like so. Yeehaw. This has since come up and has turned into a cravat. This is a cravat, by the way. Well, it's a variation on the cravat. The cravat can be in many things, but for the most part, it's a men's scarf that they use to wrap around the neck and just add to fashion. They also tuck it in to their coat right here, just to cover their neck a bit more. And since these guys have these silly little ruffles, these ruffles are going to be pulled in. Yeehaw! I'm gonna have the ruffles pulled in a bit more. Yeah, we are yee-hawing right now. They don't really draw a lot of men's fashion, though. That's the issue. With a lot of art, I've noticed. And it's not necessarily on the artist's part, just no one ever focuses on men's fashion. Probably because men's fashion starts looking real shit after the 1700s. It just starts looking boring. Women's silhouette continues to change while men's silhouette just stops.
Do we know who to blame for that? Because I do.
There's a guy who tried to tout that you're only supposed to wear certain clothes, and it just stuck. And it was annoying. Alright, so it looks like the coats start getting longer, so I might start giving the men longer coats as well here. Yeah. Oh, that's not accurate. Alright, I'm gonna close this out because that's not accurate. Good night. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna pull in the not the cravat, we're gonna pull in the ruffly thing here into the neck, like so. And then it's going to be like a big fluffy ruffle that they've tucked into the coat. the coat is going to keep its silhouette because the coat doesn't really change. The coat does start to open up, but that's not until the 30s, the 40s or 30s. Because stereotypically they keep the coat closed like this, but it does start getting longer, like you see here. So I'm gonna have this come down, and I'm gonna have it open up here, and I'm gonna have it go just shy of the middle right here. I am gonna give them a slight point to their shoulders though, just because I feel like it. Because this doesn't have it, but I want it to. The sleeves also start to get bigger, these things. But I'm not gonna make them too much bigger, because remember, this is like some sort of cutoff area. They're being influenced, but they're not taking all the fashion wholesale. Because the sleeves technically are supposed to be really big, to the point where you can see the undersleeves, and the undersleeves are like ruffles. But they don't have that. They didn't add ruffles under their sleeves. At least these guys didn't. Then they have the things here. I think like it might still hold on to their wrist actually. And then come in here. There's the puff of his coat. It'll have its stripe still, because I like the look. It has its buttons. It attaches here. This is where the cravat sticks out. What else? Let me go look at these guys. Okay, it looks fine. They still have their pants for a while. The pants stay puffy, it looks like, until the 30s, and then in the 30s they start to deflate slightly and cling to the legs just a little bit more. So I think we'll start seeing that. They're still above the knee, because the knee needs to bend, of course. But I think this maybe went a little shorter. Maybe it's buttoned now instead of tied. The pants are tightening up around the leg like so. They still have the little buttons, but the pants are starting to get smaller, especially if the coat's starting to get big. Letting the air out of their legs. Yeah, they're deflating the pants. But yeah, I think as the coats get longer, the pants get thinner, because they need more room for those coats. They still have their shoes, but it seems like in the 1708, they start to get a bit of a heel. And there's a reason for that. Men's shoes start getting heels because of Louis. King Louis the whatever. He started wearing heels as a fashion statement. Heels, up until that point, were used primarily for riding horses, because that heel is supposed to catch on the hook of your saddle. King Louis, the annoying little shit. Yeah, him. Because of him, he put heels into fashion for men. So we're gonna start seeing heels on these guys too. Because like I said, there's still some sort of back and forth. Maybe not as much, but there is a bit. They still have their tights. Hot. God, men in tights. Just start daydreaming. I need a little thought bubble over my head. Just men in tights. It also kept your shoes from sitting in blood or mud in a duel. Yeah, true. To homoerotically cross swords with your arch nemesis. Alright, I'm gonna start shrinking their buckle. By the way, like I said, this is me incorporating what I know versus what's fashionable. But I'm gonna start shrinking their buckle at some point. Right now, probably not. The buckle's fine. The shoes... Oh, I could make the lip bigger, though. The lip maybe starts getting bigger. Like that, maybe even getting squared off just a little bit. Because I know that does start happening to the shoe as well. The lip here starts getting weird. So I'm gonna make it a little more square. And then he's gonna start having heels. I'm gonna do this. The shoes are pointy, by the way, but I don't know how to convey that from a front angle. Because I'm dumb. But there we go. Let's give him his heel. Because the shoe starts doing this. The silhouette for the shoe is this. Like, men are getting it right now. Alright, so that's what this dude's gonna look like. Maybe you know what? I like this look. I'm gonna make his cravat stick out, just because I like that look. Also, it's a better drift in with the necktie. I'm gonna do this, specifically. There we go. Looks nice. I can handle myself in a sword fight, like with rapiers, right? with rapiers, right? I need to make a meme of my face somewhere. Alright, now we can work on the ladies. The ladies' coifs start looking a little more fancy. Although the coifs are still in play. They still put them over their hair, but the hair probably comes out like this. I'm not here to draw hair, though. I probably should. Should I? You know what, guys? Let's draw the hair. Let's get the hair in there. So, this lady's hair probably sticks out just a bit like this. Let's just have some of it sticking out, but the rest of it is folded in. As for this guy, How do y'all do y'all's hair? I know how they did it in the 1700s. They wore wigs and shit. But I don't... They'll wear wigs, right? They could wear wigs. It looks like they just had their hair out and loose. From what I can see. Especially in the Quaker era. In the 1660s to 1670s. They just kind of let their hair down. Also in the 1680s. It looks like men... started curling their hair a little bit, too. No. That music can, no. It can fuck off. Let's go listen to this. There we go. Yeah, it looks like up until a certain point, they just kind of let their hair out. They don't put it in a wig yet. Wigs don't show up until, it looks like they start becoming super popular, 1705 to 1710. That's when they start wearing wigs. So these guys, their hair is just kind of curling around their face, like this. They just kind of let it out. And they start curling it and trimming it, so let's do this. Let those locks flow in the wind. Hell yeah. Bro, I love me a man with long, flowy, curly hair. Stares at Leon. Yeah, the curls are a bit more deliberate than that. Let me get in there. There we go. Yeah, their hair comes to about their shoulders, it looks like, in the references that I have pulled up. Alright, let's pull up the 1700s. Yeah, that's when hair really starts getting pulled in for wigs. Okay, 19. Baroque. No. I found a website, by the way, that actually has a lot of good clothing. So I'm staring at it. Love them or hate them, Pinterest has a lot of good shit on it for art, clothing. Because there's a lot of stuff, I think they're called plates. There's a lot of fashion plates that you cannot find easily. I can't talk today. But, I've noticed on Pinterest, it's real easy to find clothes that I need to grab. Like this. I found this on Pinterest. It's from a book. And this is a book that I want. And this is what we're looking at right now. This is what I'm using for the next look. So let's turn that down. And we're gonna give this guy his hair. I want to say that the wigs have not started coming into prominence yet for the witch families. Does the Battler have a throne wishlist thing?
I mean, yeah, but, I mean, you don't have to look at it. You don't gotta look. Boy.
Just because I have one doesn't mean you have to go looking for it. Now that's too damn bad! Alrighty. Yeah, I'm gonna say the hair is not quite wigging yet. They're not putting it in wigs yet. But they're still curling it. They're probably letting it become fluffier and longer. Like so. Alright, and then ladies' hair, like I said, ladies' hair, still in the coifs, like this. But they've probably started, like, curling their hair too. Just to have fun with it. And, much like this lady, I'm going to give her a second coif, but one that's just for prettiness sake. It's one for fashion. And it sits over the coif. Maybe it has, like, some lace here. There we go. So, that's what she's gonna be wearing. Let me scoot this over. There we go. And then the clothing will start changing as well. Like I said, in the 1700s to 1690s, they started tucking in cloth like this. So that's what I'm gonna have this do. I'm gonna have the shift start, or not the shift, the coat start to shift down, but the shift is gonna stay where it is, and it's gonna be used for the tucking. So this is gonna start coming down, like this. And it's probably gonna get rounder, now that I'm thinking about it, like this, to add to that silhouette. And then they're gonna start tucking in these scarves. Except it's only gonna be tucked on one side, like so. There we go. And the scarves also kind of stick out. I wonder if I should open this up. I don't think I should yet. I'm not gonna fuck with that. But you know what? No, fuck it. We're opening it. It's opened. We're opening it. The coat on the women are gonna start being opened. Like so. It's going to be attached here at the bottom, and there is still going to be string, but underneath you're gonna see the ruffles of the chemise. And I also think it would be best if it started getting cut off here. It still has its little flaps, but it's starting to take a different shape. I'm doing it a bit differently from her. She's wearing a more boned corset, and it's more open. I'm not gonna have it as open. Also, I feel like their sleeves start moving up, like so, because their chemise is starting to hang out. So I'm gonna give them bigger sleeves like this, and then their chemise is gonna start hanging out like this. It's gonna be an extra set of sleeves underneath the dress. There we go. I like that look a lot. Maybe not the chemise sticking out right away. At least not like that. How am I gonna do this? Hold up. Oh, wait. I know how I'm gonna do this. Alright, so there's the sleeves. They're starting to get bigger. And then the chemise will have its little ruffles here, because that's typically how the chemise looks. And it's gonna be squished in. It's gonna be puffing out like this. Puff. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So it's sticking out of this big sleeve. They're letting the coat slowly scoot up their arms. To see, like with her, see how it's moving up a bit? I think for them, it starts doing the same thing, but in another way. And I'll figure out how it works in the 10 years that we move forward. They're still gonna have their aprons, but I feel like the aprons are getting fuller, bigger. They're still underneath right now. But I think they're starting to get bigger, like this. And they're starting to follow the silhouette. And it's possibly starting to become a fashion statement. Because while you can't necessarily change when you need an apron, you can at least make it look nice. And then they have their shoes. Women's shoes don't really change as much as men's shoes. For the very simple fact that you never get to see women's shoes. Women's shoes for the longest time was just under a dress, so they never really changed in silhouette, while men's shoes tended to have a bit more freedom when it came to changing. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's usually how I see it happening. Alright, let's pull up... Ooh, that's pretty. Alright, we can get rid of that, and I'm pulling up the... What's it called? The 1730s! We're moving towards the 1730s now. And this is when the coat starts opening up for the guy. So we're gonna turn this off. We're gonna make this go down.
The 1730s! Woo!
Or should I skip to the 40s? Or would it matter? No, let's not skip. Skipping is not good. Alright, so, at the turn of the 1730s, men still wear hats, but it looks like they're starting to really shape up into being tricorns, which means the hats have since been the brim of the hat. Hold up. What the fuck? Ah, there we go. But yeah, that was me, by the way. My hands were not tracking, but the brim of the hat, it starts out straight, like this, and then it slowly starts bending in, and to the point where it actually gets folded over the hat in a triangular shape, and then they pin those folds onto the hat, and that's what makes the tricorn. That's the evolution of the tricorn. So you can see that starting to happen kind of here, where it's starting to curl up. Now, in European fashion, and probably in some parts of America, by 1710, the tricorn hat was already there. It was just a lot bigger. And then in the 30s, it started getting smaller. But here, like I said, their fashion is just a little bit behind that because they're gathering people at a slower pace. Also, they're starting to evolve separate from the groups of people that are coming in. But still, so far, we still see a lot of similarities. Also, I'm gonna eat a banana. Huh? I take a bite of banana. I'm snacking on banana. Alright, but I think 1730s is when we start to see their version of the tricorn take place. And the tricorn is just that. It's the shape of the hat, where this part of the loop gets pulled up, like so, and sometimes the hat gets pinned like this. We'll also wide brim it just a bit like that. There we go. So that's a pretty good shape for the hat. It's also a little wider than usual because their hair is starting to get puffier too. By the way, tricorns, mwah, fucking beautiful hats. I love the look of the tricorns. They are lovely hats. Still no feathers though. They don't have any feathers in the tricorns. Okay, so like I said, in the 1700s, that's when it seems like they're starting to wear wigs. In the 1710s and 20s, these guys haven't started wearing wigs yet, and I don't think they will for a while. And if they are, it's usually an official who's wearing it. Someone who's more elite. But otherwise, I think they're just letting their hair come down. I think hair is starting to get tightly woven for the men, like this. I think maybe it's softer and fluffier here, but then on the outside, they're really starting to test the limits of those curls. And then as you get into the face, it fades off of those curls. But they're really starting to go for the curls. They're also probably letting their hair get longer. And because they're magical people, because they have magic, they can literally do this with their hair if they'd like to. I'm sure there's hairdressers out there that help people curl their hair supernaturally. The cravats start streamlining just a bit, like so. The cravat starts getting a lot more of a look to it. Starts finding its identity. And it starts turning into what looks like a sort of jabot. Maybe even some men pin it down right here. Like this. So maybe some guys start just straight up pinning it. Yeah, I like that look. But I do feel like the coat actually gets pulled out from the pin, from the cravat, like this, and it starts layering on top of it. So no longer is it laying on top of the coat. Now the coat is on top of it. There we go. Oh, pop my back. That felt awesome. Okay, and the coat. I say the coat's still closed for now. But now they're starting to flare this out on purpose and starting to pull it out. Like so. And they start getting it longer. Let's have it even flare the hips just a little bit. Maybe flared hips are starting to be the thing for guys. Because remember, this is inspired by clothes from the 1700s, but it's also my own spin. Yeah, let's say this silhouette's starting to look real nice on guys. Just because I like the look. Got it buttoned. There we go. Those shoulders probably stay the same, stay where they are. I think maybe they, like, start decorating that, like that. Those sleeves, start getting bigger as well. And this is what happens in France, too. The sleeves get fucking huge. Then they need buttons right here to keep that shit on lock. There we go. Beak. The pants keep tightening because the coats get longer. In fact, the pants are starting to do this, like, strange little ruffle around the legs like this. Because it's, like, tightening. And then there's a button. Whoa! Drink! Thank you for the water. I feel like you're talking too much. Drink.
Thank you for the pet.
Oh. Yummy water. Alright, they still also have their tights. Because the tights and the buckle shoes ain't gonna change for a good, like, 40 years. But I do want to say this is probably getting bigger. The heels aren't getting much higher. But they still have them.
Because they're in fashion.
There we go. That's how I start seeing the guys. So with the ladies... Hello, ladies. I don't know if they'd lose the coif. I don't think so. At least the workers. God, women's clothing are so fucking difficult to discern. It's really frustrating. Here, we'll just go over here to this one. So, it looks like by the time it reaches the 30s, I want to say this thing has actually opened up, and now they're wearing a full shirt underneath it. And it's a two-parter with the dress. So, this has started opening, like this. Completely. And it acts as just a piece, like a slip. Like so. But the women are starting to wear their aprons over the dress instead of under this loop. So here is the apron. Woo! And then here's the dress underneath. I'm starting to balloon it slightly. That's because I feel like it. And then the sleeves. I'm gonna move up to the elbows. And I think it's gonna tighten. The sleeves are gonna start tightening. slightly. Maybe they're open enough just to let them fold out the undersleeve like this. Because what once was a scarf under here, they have now turned into a shirt, I'm thinking. Like, this is now just a full-blown shirt that they wear underneath. And then that shirt is part of the sleeves that are coming out. And these sleeves are wrapping around the bell, the puffiness of their shimmies. Like so. I think that'd be cool. So they're starting to wear multiple layers here. They still have their coif, I think. They're still keeping their hair in. But I think the coif has started taking on a look of its own. I think they might have extra fabric attached here to kind of like make it look prettier. And then here's the coif, here's the ruffles where it's underneath, and then here's the hair sticking out. But yeah, the coif is starting to like come down and look nice. Alright. $19 or $17.40. We're gonna start seeing some more changes. This is when I want the split to really start happening. That means I'm going to be relying less on my references and more on my brain. I am still going to look at pretty clothes, but I'm going to now be doing it the way I think it could have gone, because it's been about 50 years since they split off from everyone else. They're still taking in people one at a time, rather, they're probably still taking in people occasionally, but not nearly as much as they used to. They've probably started to become more reserved, more conservative about bringing in people. Ugh. And a couple of generations have actually passed. Like a generation or two have been born. Because it's been 50 years. The people who have been persecuted are now in their 60s, 70s, 80s. Which means they're starting to close themselves off as a community. Wow. So men are still going to be wearing these hats because they like their little hats. However, I'm going to start making a shift with the coifs. The tricorns are pretty much the same. Maybe they're getting a little more streamlined. Oh.
Blah blah blah. Eek eek eek.
Yeah, maybe the tricorns are starting to become... No! My symmetry isn't on. There we go. Yeah, I feel like the tricorns are starting to become more pulled in. Like so. And their hair is now just super flumpy. There we go. They probably also have pretty long hair too, like long hair. And this is their natural hair, remember. We had to wear wigs as normal non-magical humans. These guys, however, they do witchcraft. They could very easily just manipulate their hair into whatever fashion they want. They don't have to worry about wearing wigs. Banana. And I feel like the cravat's starting to take on a life of its own too. So by the 1750s, the cravat was tucked in and was like this nice and tidy little thing. However, I want these guys as cravats to be out and partying, basically. Alright, I'm gonna close out some of my references because I don't need them anymore. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to find an example of what I mean by the cravat was basically, like, tamed. That's the 1780s. I don't need that. Yeah, it was like in a nice little bow, and it's actually the reason why we have ties today, because it started becoming just a little neck accessory. That doesn't look correct. Where's a good example? Give. Internet. Internet, my hand is out. Give it to me. Gib. This works. Yeah, it only shows women's fashion. It's really frustrating, but, this is the picture by Tadarita, as I explained earlier. So, not my art, did not steal. But I am pulling it out to show you how the cravat started pulling in right here. It started turning into like a little bow, and it eventually just became under the vest. Like the vest was here and the cravat was inside like that. So that's how it's happening on the human side. However, these guys are going the opposite. I want their cravats to become full-blown, like, fantasy jabot. Just decorating. So what I'm gonna do, even though the coat is still kind of holding on right here, I want the cravat to have since taken on a life of its own. It's going to be out and about like this. Almost like a bird chest, right on the chest right here. And that pin has since moved down to hold all of that fabric in place. And then it just starts ruffling. It starts going for it. There we go. Like that. Now, I do want the coat to start opening, however, not all the way. The coat is still closed up to here, but then they let it start opening. And the reason they close it to about here is because they want to accentuate the cravat. Because that's part of their clothing style now. The coats start getting longer, and I mean longer. Let me go find a reference of what I mean, because this started happening in the 1740s too, for just regular clothing, not just fantasy clothing. The coat started going to like the knee. It started covering the pants pretty much. Where? This is a pretty good reference. It's like a coloring book looking thing. But, you see how the coats basically started coming down to the knees? Right here and right here? Theirs starts doing that too. This is a really good look, actually. I'm gonna bring this out. There we go. Don't say. I'm gonna keep this as a reference point, but it's not going to be a full-on what they were wearing. It's just gonna be a nice little reference. Because I like the look. That means they started wearing, I mean, they were wearing vests to begin with, but that means we start seeing their vests underneath. There we go. Also, the coat starts cinching into the waist a bit more of the man. Because remember, I started flaring it out. It starts flaring a lot more. Fully animated and weaponized cravat. Exactly. Make that shit. Oh, I want to show you something real quick, Lilin, since you brought that up. Hold on. Listen, I know what you may be thinking. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Hear me out. I was working last night on something. Look at this little giraffe, right? Ain't he cute? You ready to see some cool shit? I've been teaching myself how to animate. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh, hey, it's Leon. Leon's not a giraffe. He's not a horse and he's not a giraffe. But yeah, I'm teaching myself how to animate. I watched how a giraffe walks, which, by the way, giraffes walk with their legs stupid. These legs on this side of the giraffe move in tandem with each other. Instead of walking like normal animals, they swing their bodies. It's weird. Giraffes walk stupid. You'd have to like go look, but yeah, I'm learning how to animate again. Not to say I don't know how. I kind of know how to animate, like, rough things, which I've done before. Giraffes don't know shit about fuck, exactly. Giraffes don't know anything. Giraffes, head empty. Yeah, look at this little guy. Everyone tell Hayden he is head empty. But yeah, I wanted to show that off. I was very proud. Alright, so I'm gonna have the coat really start pushing the boundaries here. It's gonna start getting longer. Gonna start flaring at the hips. Like so. And it's just gonna start pushing it. All the while, this is getting longer in the back as well. Like so. And it's starting to open up more in the back. Their pants are getting thinner, but they are starting to see their vests underneath, which look like this. Let's make their vests a little longer. Fuck it. So there's the vest underneath. Probably got like pretty decorations or some shit. I don't know. Let's do this. Ooh, look at the pretty decorated vest. Alright. So the pants, tight. Tights, still tight. Because like I said, they ain't losing those for a while. The tights are here to stay for a while. Same thing with the buckle. The buckle's here to stay. It's just a statement at this point. I really wish my tablet would stop skipping on me. Heels as big as ever. Yes. Also, I'm gonna start giving their shoulders a point. This is for me. This is for Desmond. Shoulders, point. Hell yeah. Cause I like pointy. Pointy cool. Pointy good. Okay, then there's the big ass sleeves. I think men's sleeves underneath you're starting to see as well. They're starting to wear shirts similar to the ladies. It starts getting longer, it's starting to peek out, like so. Meanwhile, the ladies, their, what's it called? Their coif is starting to evolve. Because yes, they are wearing coifs to keep their hair protected, but it's starting to come down to the neck. Okay, I can't find any references for that, but it's fine. I'll just draw it, I guess. I'll just try and freeball it. Because I don't see anything that I could work with in any of the references that I have pulled up, but that's fine. So, the hair. How am I gonna do the hair? Oh, also, I'm thinking they start adding scarves to their shoulders as well. Because scarves are always nice. And I'm thinking of adding one more thing to their look. I'm thinking of giving them a hat. Because men have been wearing hats for decades at this point. But what if the women started wearing the hats? What if they started putting it on top of their heads and started pinning them down and using them to hold the coifs in place, because maybe the coifs are now open. I support a woman's right to sick ass headwear. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that could work. I just need to close out my pictures. I keep opening new pictures. I'm like, oh, I need to close them out. Opens 10 more. I'm so dumb. Alright, so now that the neckline is starting to drop, and they're wearing a new shirt underneath it all, I think maybe this stops ruffling. This is still open, but the inside's starting to change because the coif, here, let's wrap it around their head first. Let's get the tricorn on there. Start wearing their own version of the tricorn because the hat looks really cool. And I think theirs is probably a little shorter, maybe like this. But they start decorating it. They start adding like really pretty pins, maybe feathers. Maybe this particular lady stuck a feather in hers, like an ostrich feather. Because ostrich feathers dangle real stupid. The down feathers, basically. There we go. And then underneath that, her coif is starting to unravel completely. It's no longer tied, and it's starting to get longer. And maybe she ties it here. Maybe there's a little button right here. And she lets it hang. So here's the new coif. The coif has taken on a new look. You can still see her hair poking out a little bit. But for the most part, shit's covered. And there we go. And they start wearing the hats. They say, hat rights, motherfuckers. And the men went, I mean, we can't stop you. Wear your hats. And then they did. Alright, so this piece is probably taken as a separate piece again. Because they need to reinstate what this top part is. Their sleeves really start getting bigger up here. Like so. Maybe not that big, especially since it's so high up on the body. Maybe the sleeves start dropping again, like so, but they're now bigger. Much akin to the guys. Like so. And then the underside of their dress, it is starting to just unfold. Like so. There we go. That looks pretty good. And then under here, it's a completely new shirt that they've started adjusting. It was a wrap that turned into a full shirt. And now... Now I think maybe they do this. They fake lace it, and the lace on this bust keeps everything down, but it's just a really ruffly mess underneath there. Just a really pretty, roughly foldy mess. They've since removed the apron. More servant looks have aprons, but I'd like to think that these guys have since started to learn how to create their doll servants. So for those who have missed my explanations on servants and all that, this would be a group made up primarily, like I said, of a few European white women and a few men who are products of witchcraft. They came here seeking asylum, but didn't realize that they were coming to America with even crazier Christians who started killing them.
Because, fun fact, the Puritans were actually more radical than, Catholics. Anyway.
Yeah, so... These guys were killed, oppressed, attacked, and they took a lot of black people with them who wanted to be free from slavery. So I think it's actually real stupid if these guys, at least the witches, ever had human slaves. That's kind of fucked. They wouldn't do that to the people that they've basically been trauma bonding with. And after decades of just hanging out with them, intermingling with them, they would probably try to be protecting, their, they'd be trying to protect them. So, they still want servants, though. They still want indentured labor, because that's just what humans fucking do. So they start creating artificial beings. They carve dolls out of wood. Later, they start making them out of porcelain, especially, like, the really high-end, like, coven families. They start making these dolls that they infuse with magic, a little part of themselves, and it creates a servant. It creates just an automaton, warforged, I guess, or servant forged, I guess, that acts as, like, a robot that helps out around the house. However, over the course of the next 100 or so years, that's gonna be fun to explore in a bit, and I'll show you why. But that means a lot of aprons and a lot of practical looks for a lot of their clothes are now starting to fade out because they don't need to do a lot of manual labor anymore. They work primarily on academics, furthering their magic, furthering their witchcraft, furthering their covens. And this is when they really start settling into a culture where they have automatons for work. A lot of stuff is automated because they're really starting to get into their craft. So, apron, be gone. Goodbye, apron. Her dress is going to be big and froofy. However, the dress hasn't quite opened yet. Aproned. Yeah, no apron. Alright, so by the 1750s, clothing starts to be roughly the same. Let's say 1750. I also have to keep in mind the different things that happen in America. I have to keep in mind the different things that happen. So by 1776, that's when we start going to war with Britain in order to get our independence, because they're taxing the shit out of us. Because they kind of got super broke whenever they had a pissing contest with France. Or who was it that they had the pissing contest with? They had a pissing contest with someone. Then they went broke and started taxing us. And then we said, fuck you. To quote, yeah, it was France. Oh, okay. And then I know France actually came to us and started, like, funding our war efforts. And then Napoleonic War wiped out the British wallets. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was France or not. There's so much going on in my brain, help. This music's kind of jazzy. Alright, so that means I'm probably going to be able to get to start leaning in towards more aristocratic looking clothes. Maybe not super ostentatious, but at least a little fancy, because they don't really need to work. Not like how we had to back then. Because they, like I said, they've started creating artificial beings to do their menial labor for them. Okay. That's just... that's the 1800s. We're not there yet. Because I like keeping this stuff next to me. Also, I don't need this. Get out of here. There we go. I think the women's dresses will start to get bigger, though, because they're starting to lift, I've noticed, when I'm drawing them. Same thing with the guys' coats. The dudes' coats might deflate, but then the tail coats might start getting longer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Because as much as I like the really fluffy, puffy coats, it could have just been a fad for them. They probably just had it for a bit, and then it just quickly fizzled out. Especially since the coat started opening up. They might have started... They might have started having the coat wrap around the body a bit more. Also, I think they're starting to get cinched waists. So, fun little fact, men actually wore waist cinchers, I think it was in the 1700s. It was for a brief period, it was only for a few decades, but men actually started wearing outfits that pulled in their waist, gave them snatched waists. Let me look that up, though. I can't remember when it was. I think it was the 1700s, but I'll have to look it up. I can't find anything on it, but I do know they existed. But it was pretty... It was a pretty touch-and-go fad. It didn't stay for very long in men's dress. It was also... It was also not really, like, super common either. So it's hard to find. But yeah, dudes wore censures for a bit. So I might incorporate that with these guys. And they might keep it, at least for a lot longer. Because
I like censures. They're very pretty.
censures look real nice. Oh wow, I just found some gay. I found a lot of gay. Alright, I'm probably gonna also open up the dress of the lady. Got them waists, like, yeah, they had them waists. Men cinched their waists for a bit. It's hard to find, like... It's hard to find references. That's hard to look up, but it's out there. I think it was in the 1800s, actually. Let me look it up. Men's corsets. Yeah, it was the 1820s. They also wore it for a bit in the 1500s because they really wanted the cinched waist. Yeah, it was a dandy look, that's why. Yeah, it was of a certain style. But dudes started wearing it, and they started getting them snatched waists. Like, look at this. That... he's wearing a corset underneath that. Get out here. Okay. As far as... now that I'm thinking about it, facial hair. When do they start introducing facial hair? Probably not right away. I don't think they'd wear it right away. This music's kind of wampus. Let me skip that. That one was weird. Alright. Oh, I can close all these out. I don't need these. Alright. I still had Puritan stuff open. I'm like, I don't need you. Alright, so we're in the 50s. Yeah, I think the women's dresses start opening. But first, we're gonna fuck with the dudes and their hats.
Oof.
Also, I think the women are gonna start opening their hats just a bit, because the hats, they want big hat. Big hat. Give women big hat. Also, I just like the idea of a big hat. Natural hat enlargement. Yeah! Natural hat enlargement. Get them shits bigger. Question is, are they still gonna be wearing those the coif around their head? I don't... I think so. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think they'll keep it, but maybe it starts being incorporated in the hat. Somehow. I'll have to figure out how. Uh-oh. I have to think.
Uh-oh.
Ah, shit. You know what? I don't think... That's it. That's the sentence. Also, I think their sleeves are gonna have to start being pulled back in. because at least for the women, their dresses are starting to puff out more, which means the sleeves are gonna start folding in. So, fun little fact. That's usually what fashion tends to do. When the bustles and the hips are getting really big, the sleeves tend to get really small. And then when the sleeves get really big, the skirts are usually A-line. The skirts are usually getting really small. So, for instance, if we go and look at the 1850s, let's pick the 1850s. 1850s fashion. Let's go look at 1850s. That's when the skirt started getting pretty big and ballooned up. This is a pretty good reference. The fabric itself is not that accurate, but the silhouette's pretty accurate for the time. See, the sleeves were pretty streamlined, pretty thin. They wore their overcoat, and their skirt was huge. The skirt actually got bigger than this sometimes. But then by the time we get into the 90s, there has been a complete shift. The skirt has gone through a lot of metamorphosis. It started getting thinner on the sides, and it started getting bigger on the back. And this means that the dress has started becoming thinner, but the shoulders have started getting huge. So, while the skirt was pulled in, the sleeves come out, and they start getting what is called the pigeon chest. It's that big, puffy thing right there where you see it in the middle right here. That floof. That's the pigeon chest right here. But yeah, you can see that the skirt is now really thin and streamlined compared to the usual, and the shoulders start getting big, and they push it out. Like, that wasn't just like an illustration of, it wasn't an exaggeration. This is what they fucking looked like. And you see she's got that lovely pigeon chest fold right there. It's this like really nice curve. It's very pretty. So, for rule of thumb, if something starts getting really big on an outfit, stuff will start getting smaller around it to compensate, because there's only so much weight a human body can carry. Also, there's only so much volumosity we can add to our clothes before it starts looking ridiculous. There we go. But yeah, that's what we're gonna start doing. So, since the skirts are getting bigger, the sleeves are gonna start shrinking. Same thing with the guys' coats. Because the coat is getting longer, the pants have gotten smaller. The sleeves are also probably going to start getting pulled in as well, because the coats, the back coats specifically, are going to start really flaring out. However, I think the men's coats are going to start being pulled in sooner than the women's dresses. God damn it, I love this look so much. I love the late 1800s look. Look at that. Look at those sleeves. I'm not biased. Yes, I am. That's such a good silhouette. It's so pretty. Anyway. Can I bring these dresses back? I fucking wish. Can the men bring these dresses back? Can we wear them? It's my turn. Why do girls get to have all the fun? It's my turn. Give me this dress. I want sleeves I can lose a cat in. Me too. I want sleeves I can hold my cat in. Let's fucking go. flattening. Let's not have the hats flatten out like that. That was stupid looking. But yeah, I think they start getting a grip on the tricorns, but the women keep wearing them. The men, they have since said, fuck the tricorns, we're done with them. But the women said, we have only just begun to tricorn. But the men, they said, fuck that, we're getting a little carried away. Also, with the curling of the hair, they don't curl it anymore. They still fluff it. It's still fluffy, but they don't curl it nearly as much anymore. Curls are out. Especially since really crazy curls kind of get in the way of the new sleeves. I have an idea. What if they let some of the fluff just out, but then the rest of it is pulled into a ponytail with a bow? So they let this frame their face, but they're starting to really get that point here on the coat. To the point where it's actually a different piece of fabric hanging off. I think that'd be really cool. Like so. There we go. And then it's cinched at the waist like always. But the coat's starting to open up. It's no longer pulled in. Also, the cravat is probably crept up the neck again. And the coat is starting to open up. So we're starting to see this. I feel like the cravat is still getting crazy, but maybe this has shrunk just a bit and the pin is there. And then they have this. Like these really pretty ruffly things that just kind of show up and are getting longer, I feel. They're probably getting longer and prettier. But the coat is starting to unravel. So remember when I pulled the coat up here and it was holding onto the neck? Like this is part of the coat. The coat is starting to actually open up right here. Which means that the neck piece is now starting to look like this. That's actually where we got that decoration, that collar. See this collar that I have on my coat? This collar was originally just a piece of the coat that was pulled in completely, but as we started opening that up, it started opening as this collar thing. I don't know exactly what they're called, but you understand. Basically, this turned to this because this piece got folded open like this. And then slowly but surely it started turning into a silhouette. So that's what we're seeing here. It's opening up. Cravat's still there, taking its place, acting like a tie. They're not gonna have a tie though. And since the coat is opening up like this, and it's only really pinned in here, it's gonna open up right here and look really cool. And I'm thinking of having it actually wrap around their bodies, like so. Maybe not that wrapping. Let's do it. There we go. And then we can see under here, it's their vest. Their vest is starting to do their own thing. Let's do this because pretty decorated embroidered vest. Woo! Alright, their pants, still pants, but I feel like the pants are starting to become streamlined. They're starting to be cut where they don't fold as much. They just kind of sit there. Still have their tights. By the way, tights last for like 2 centuries. Tights for men last literally like 2 to 3 centuries. It's kind of nuts. I'm trying to find 1600s clothes because it's really funny. Let's see. Well, not funny, haha. Funny as in holy shit, that's a long time to have tights. Yeah, it seems pants start to form around 1810. Let's see, that's the 1700s. Let me go find the 1600s and I'll show you what I mean. No, it was longer than that. Hold up. Oh, that's women's fashion. Shit, give me men's fashion. 15th century. Unless it has men's fashion in there too. It's just women. Damn. Give me men's fashion. Yeah, it's just women. Alright, let me go look for men's fashion real quick. In the 1600s, I believe? That's 1500s. That's hairstyles. I lied. I don't need hair. Alright, this is 1600s men. That's headdresses. Fuck! Headdresses. This is so dumb. I'm so stupid. Okay, fashion. 1700s. Hair, 17th century. 1600s. There we go. Alright. Yeah, 1600s. Still going strong with the tights. It looks like we give up on tights. Men give up on tights for like 20 years and then they go right back to them. They stop wearing tights, or they're still wearing tights, but the pants get longer for like the 1620s to the 50s, and then they go right back to their tights.
Where's the 17th? Where's 16th century fashion? I want to see men in tights there, too. That's not it.
Oh well. Anyway, you get the idea. Men have been wearing tights for like 500 years, so these are gonna keep going for at least a few hundred, at least another 100 years, because I said so. Wait, those are pants? Wait. Huh. What if they lose the pants and just turn the tights into pants? Hear me out. What if they gain ultimate slut-itude? Like, the title, the future, like, the bomb slut looks. Like, you know. Also, I'm gonna pull this in like this. Oh yeah, and their sleeves start getting smaller too. Maybe they lose... No, I don't want them to lose it. They'll keep their cuffs, but the cuffs start shrinking. That means the chemise starts changing too. The chemise starts getting a little smaller. Maybe not that big. Let's make it a little smaller. There we go. Yeah, that means the chemise starts getting smaller too, and it just ruffles now. Like so.
There we go.
I want them to have boots. Guys, what if they start getting boots? Cause, dudes... It looks like dudes don't really start employing boots until the 1700s, and I think that has to do with the wartime effort, maybe? But then they start wearing boots... Yeah, they start really wearing boots during the 90s as well. And then it starts getting... It stays boots until about the 1830s? And then pants start going over the shoes, and then the shoes shorten because, you know, you can't see them. I'm starting to think I want to give them boots. Especially during the 1700s. I think the 1700s is when they start really doing it, because that's when the war effort starts. That's when we start fighting Britain. And these guys are probably going to get involved in the war. Granted, they'll be more clandestine than that. But, you know, the British take over, then we all lose. So I think they helped on a little bit of a level. Which means some 1770s and 1780s clothing made its way back into what they were wearing. Just a bit. I'm eating the rest of my banana. Do not mind me. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start raising their shoes. So the buckles... Do the buckles stay? No, I don't think the buckles stay. They don't look like they stay in the references.
Phooey.
That was okay. Maybe they still have some sort of lace over, though, like a small buckle? Like so? And then maybe they have a second buckle here when the boots start rising.
Because I want them to have boots.
They still have their heels. They're not getting rid of the heels yet. It looks like they actually lose the heels after a while. By the 1750s, the heels drop for regular clothes. But for these guys, they're keeping their heels. Also, we have to keep in mind, stuff will come back into fashion. People will bring shit back. That's just how people are. Okay, so the ladies still wearing their tricorns. They've probably started attaching more pretty stuff to it. They've started really going hog wild with the tricorn. Let's put like rows here. And maybe they have like, because they're magic, maybe they start decorating it with like flowers and shit. Like this. They start letting like flowers and pieces start just piling up onto the hat. Like here's maybe like they're treating their hat like a giant potted fucking plant. Like I'm also thinking they start opening this again. The thing that's on their neck. Like so. And their hair is still underneath. They're not really decorating their hair as much as guys are, because they don't really have the opportunity to yet. It's just still underneath the hat, just vibing. I just wanted to draw a little face on her. But yeah, they start really decorating their hats. What are they gonna do with the open dress? I think they're gonna start opening the bottom too. Let me go look at other ladies, like the ladies in the 1750s, just for reference sake, although it doesn't really matter.
Ugh. I still like having it open just in case.
Alright, so yeah, their sleeves also start getting smaller because their dresses are getting bigger. But what if I moved it up? What if their sleeves started going up? Like so. Like this just moves super up very quickly. Then they have this. Creepy. There we go. Their waist maybe starts dropping just a bit more, like this. This is still open, though. And they're keeping it attached via strings. But because this is open, we can now see the shift underneath. And maybe they start decorating the top of this new shirt that they drape over the chemise, I think. And then the dress is also starting to open up. I do want that. Yeah, they're starting to get less practical clothing and more just pretty fashion-centric clothing because, like I said, they're no longer focused primarily on working. They don't need to. So, yeah. Let's dim that. So, we're gonna start skipping ahead every few centuries. Or centuries? Every few decades. So, this starts going in that direction until the 1770s, 1780s start hitting. And hitting hard. So, during the 1770s, 1780s, that's when wartime happened. That's when we saw a shift not only in France, but in the US as well. France literally upheaved itself, not because of the war necessarily, but because France got super broke because they were funding the Americans to help win their war against Britain. Because Britain won that war against them decades prior, and they were pissed. So they were like, fuck you, we're gonna give money to America and help you. And help them defeat you. But now France is broke as shit. But everyone is still spending the country's money and acting like everything is fine. This is the time where Rococo is in fashion, but it's starting to fall out. And this is also when the French Revolution happens, when, you know, they start lopping people's heads off. This is what happened to Marie Antoinette. She got fucked up. And then people said, I don't want to look like that at all. We're tossing out all of the monarch fashion. We're going back to our sensibility and our roots and Roman philosophical thought. They went into this like really weird Roman empire era thought process and clothing process. They took their clothes and said, fuck all of this. We're going back to the empire. So that's when the Regency period started. That happened roughly in the 1780s, 90s, and it continued on through the 1800s. That's when we start to see these really pretty flowing dresses. They're very tight knit, and the waist is not here. The waist isn't right here, but it's been raised up here to the breast, and then this fluffs out. And then the dress comes out like this. So that's what caused that upheaval. but I don't know if it would affect America the same way. Let me go look that up. Ugh. Oh god, how do I do this? No, 1790s. 90s. Let's look at the Americans. What were they wearing in the 1790s? Looks like they switched too, sort of. Because the French Revolution, yep, started it. Women's wear changed drastically. But where did this influence? Yeah, it's all a bunch of French shit. No, give me American. Damn it. It's not giving me American looks. Oh well. I'm at least going to look at... I'm at least going to go look at military uniforms because I do want that to do something. Somewhat. Granted, it just looks like clothes. It just looks like uniforms. I'm gonna have to do some editing here. Boop. Alright, so I'm gonna skip a couple of decades. Because we know what happens. The dresses get bigger, the sleeves get puffier, and then war happens. They can't really focus on fashion right now. Shit's going nuts. So, during the 1780s, because 1776 is when shit starts going nuts. Oops.
I had symmetry tool on.
So, women probably stop wearing hats for a bit. They stop wearing hats. Their coifs turn into wrappings again, because right now it is war effort time. They turn their coifs back on them, but it's different this time. The coifs have started becoming big and flowy and open. So what they do is they take their coifs, they tie them off with a separate string, and then they just wrap their hair into it. So we start to see this new look for the coif. They take off the hats because the hats are impractical. They'll bring them back, don't worry. The hats will come back. But I think, yeah, they would take their coifs, wrap it around their heads, and it's tied off with a string, like so. And then here it is, puffed, and then it's all hanging behind them. I don't want to say... I don't want to say do-rag because that's not the appropriate word for it, but it does have a lot of fabric that's hanging in the back. They might even do this, where here's the head. Here's their ear. They might even do this, where they take their hair, they wrap it in, like so, they tie it off right here. And then here's the first part, and then they tie it again right here, and then here's the second part. Like they fold it in on itself like this. That way their hair is completely out of the way. But yeah, they bundle that shit up, they get it out of the way, they start going more conservative. And then their dresses start getting conservative again. Let's see here.
Ow.
Don't mind me. I'm just yawning and making owa noises. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. So I'm thinking Yeah, I'm thinking they leave this open probably, or they even completely open it. Because this is straight out of post-war. Dresses started getting bigger, stuff started looking crazy, and then they start pulling everything back in. Because they can't afford to well, they couldn't until recently, couldn't afford to have everything out and crazy. So, with the new fashions, I'm thinking this probably opened completely. But not so completely that they lose their clothes. I think it starts closing here. And similar to the Regency period, it holds on to them now. In a very snug tie. Here, I can do this. There we go. And they can still see their shift underneath, like so. But that's not the focus point anymore. The focus point is covering that kind of stuff and keeping it in place so that they can work. Sort of. So they are wearing those scarves all over again to wrap around their bodies. How am I gonna do this? You know what? I'll keep it like this. Yeah, because see, the dress has been moved up. They don't use as much string. Their sleeves have gotten completely thin. It might even cut off just right here for easy flexibility. And then they just have extra sleeves right here. Those sleeves have also been pulled in to help with work. Let's do this. There we go. And the dress starts deflating immediately because they don't want shit getting in the way of their stuff. Now, remember, the dress is still open, but I think it's been raised just a bit, like so, to get it out of the way. And then we can see the girls' shoes again. Their shoes have probably had some changes here and there. They probably still have buckles. But they're starting to look nice and a little fashionable because we're starting to see them. Fashionable enough, at least. Maybe they have cute little sleeves, just to have a little bit of decoration. There we go. So yeah, they're still not wearing aprons, because they don't need the aprons as much anymore. But they've definitely trimmed down during the war effort. This is post-war, by the way. Alright, let's start moving in towards the 1800s. I'm kind of starting to skip a couple of decades here, because it is starting to get a little close to that time, and I do want to cover a lot of stuff. Okay. So, in the 1800s, specifically the 1830s, that's when the Victorian era started. Now, when you hear Victorian clothing, you probably have like a specific picture in mind, specifically of probably the 1870s, 1880s. That's when we see those really big butt bustles. And that doesn't come until, like I said, literally the 70s. Yeah, but I hate me. But you're silly. butt battler. Yeah, I'm a butt battler. Alright, but this means men's clothes are probably also being pulled in. Let me go look at, fashion for the—
Amy, thank you for the sippy.
Trying to adjust my music. There we go.
Ow.
Yum. Okay, so I'm done with the 1700s. We don't need to look at those anymore.
Boop, goodbye.
Okay, men. That's it. That's all you get. Men. No, the cravat! No, I wanted the cravat! No, the cravat is disappearing! Oh no, guys, the cravat! Also the hat. I don't know what kind of hat they would wear. I don't know if they'd even need a hat right now. Because now that I'm thinking about it, do they use... hat? War hat? I'm sure they wore hats during war. I think it was actually the tricorns. They started wearing tricorns, but these guys, I think, don't do that. I don't think they wear the tricorn. Or then again, I have an idea. I think they start adopting some, not all, but some looks that they've seen the soldiers wearing, because they come back wearing some of the stuff that the guys wore. And I think maybe they start wearing the tricorn again, but it's been revamped just a bit. So I'm thinking... It's like the really small version. Like it's got that really thin point. I skipped it over originally, but it's going to be introduced. And this is when I think they start wearing wigs. They were separated from regular society, regular humans, all that, for a few decades, for almost, about 100 years. So they started developing their own shit. However, they got reintroduced for a bit, for a few years, because they had to fight this shit. They had to help fight in the war. Well, they didn't have to, but they chose to. So, they start wearing wigs. Curly hair comes back. Fluffy curls come back, but specifically this time, it's a wig. So, let's give this guy fluffy, coily, curly hair. Oh, or maybe they forego hats and just wear the wigs. Oh god. Oh god, French studies, don't fail me now. Yeah, I think maybe they just forego the hats and start wearing wigs. And the wigs do curl right here, and then it gets pulled in the back right here, and then they wear a bow. There we go. And then back here, that's where the wig starts. So the men start coming back home with these fucking things, these pompy little things, and the women are probably like, what the fuck happened to you? The dudes come back home and they see the women dressed in minimal clothes and they're like, what happened to you? So I think they each had a crazy look, crazy design. So I'm thinking about this time as well. They start becoming more tolerant towards two-spirit and non-binary people, because like I said, they started bringing in black slaves who wanted to no longer be slaves and were running away with the witches and wizards that were getting away from people who were persecuting them, so that the black people could be free of all of that shit. This is about the time, sadly, where Native Americans have to deal with a lot of bullshit, and this is probably when that stuff starts being incorporated. So I'm gonna start trying to draw non-binary clothes too. At least I'm going to try. I'm gonna try and start drawing unisex clothing. Or making a more of an effort to be like, yeah, they start seeing non-binary as a third option, and it's going to shape their culture over the next 50 years or so. Including the clothes. So they also start becoming more tolerant of that. Because remember, these guys, they have started getting settled in their ways, and they have become more conservative, but they're still more accepting than the radical, crazy Puritans that pushed them out. So they're going to accept non-binary, two-spirit individuals. And they're going to start accepting that kind of concept. They're going to realize, hey, this isn't just a Native American thing. We have that too. It's just they don't call it that. But they've realized that, you know, anybody can feel trans. Feel trans? That sounded stupid. You get what I'm trying to say. My brain's kind of shot after 4 hours of looking at clothes. I ain't gonna lie, Chief. But, yeah, they start opening up their minds towards those different identities. Alright, so dudes are wearing these stupid little pompous wigs. The cravat has been tucked. I'm sad, but the cravat has been tucked. The cravat is still there. It's still there. He's still kicking. Okay, so here he is. Here's their little buttons. The buttons are probably getting smaller. And then here's the second piece of the cravat sticking out of the vest. The vest is starting to now hold on to the cravat. Because remember, they have vests right here. The vest is also starting to open up differently. Like so. It's starting to pull back in, because remember, they have to be more conservative. They've been fighting, and they've been, not really inspired, but they've been influenced by the fashions of the people they've been interacting with for the past few years. AKA the people who don't do magic. The people who haven't learned the magics. I'm so sad. They're gonna lose their shoulders. I have an idea! They don't lose their shoulders. It just evolves. I'm thinking maybe it just flops. There we go. They probably tie it underneath here, but blam! Capelet! They get a capelet! I think it opens up and flops. Their coat is also completely open by now. The coat has probably also lost its length because they needed it a bit more pulled in. So something like this. I'm sad, but the coat lost its thing. Here, I'm gonna do this, so we'll know it's the embroidered vest underneath. Like I said, the sleeves have been shrinking for a while now. There we go. Sleeves shrunk. Also, the fluffiness is also shrunken. There we go. The men probably stop wearing hats, by the way. The women will bring their hats back, but I think the dudes are done with hats. Because right now, wigs are all the rage. There we go. The boots have become a prominent staple in their look. Because it, to quote Lillian, it helps you stay out of the heels, and boots help you stay out the mud. So the boots have probably rode up super hard onto the leg, like so. I thought I got a fucking art redeem. God damn it. This is the song that plays when I get an art redeem. I've been doing that to myself a lot. Why must I choose music that does this to me? Alright, so their boots are gonna ride up the legs. Maybe not like this yet, but definitely like this. The buckles have since moved. Not internally, but externally. The buckles, sorry. The buckles have shifted to this side of the leg, just to keep everything in place.
A boy!
Hi, Kibi. They also probably employed some sort of toe protection, like this. They probably have, like, reinforced leather on the boot, here and here. And then here's their heel to keep them out of garbage. There we go. So this is the men's look. Now, the pants have started to droop, not droop, but it's tightened around the legs to the point where you really can't tell the difference between the pants and the tights. So I think maybe the pants have actually dropped to the boots. Or at least over the knee. Like so. It's still tight around the legs like this. And then they have their tights. And don't worry, these will get married. Alright, so they're all done. But the war efforts and all that can't last forever. Let's jump to the 1800s. They've started getting back their sensibilities, getting back their expressions of clothing, the influences of the other fashions have really taken a grip on them, except for the men. The men, I meant the coats, except for the coats. The men's coats, in the 1800s at least, have started looking like this. Also, men have since dropped their wigs, I've noticed. At least for, I don't want to say regular people, but like the normal clothes, it looks like it's dropped. Let's see, this is the 1700s. Let's see, 1700s. Yeah, they're wearing wigs up until about the 1700s. 1790s, actually. The 1790s seems to be when they just drop the wig. But these guys just got the wig, and they're gonna start building on it. So while the 1800s is all about pulling themselves away from that and starting to go into a Regency period, I think it's because maybe wigs were considered like, I don't know, like Marie Antoinette stuff. Maybe that's why they got rid of the wigs? Because they start just having dudes just start having short hair in the 1800s. Here, I'll show you what it looks like for me. It's not letting me. Give! No! I clicked the wrong button. I'll just do this, since... No, that's a stupid idea. I'll just do this. We're taking a picture, guys. Don't worry.
Taking a little snapshot.
Okay. But yeah, you can see... No. You can see here, like, dudes just straight up forego the wig. They're like, yeah, fuck you. Fuck the wig. Fuck the coat. You know, like, they start trimming that shit. Pants also start getting longer. The pants for these guys are gonna get longer, but they just got the wigs. They're gonna have some fun with it for a few decades. It looks like they wear wigs for about a century in regular time, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Dudes are gonna have fun with it. So right now it's tied in, but they might open it up. They might let the wig start opening. And they might start decorating it to where it, like, drapes over their face and stuff. Oh, hi, Kibi. Like this. Because over the years, they've started wearing these really fluffy, pretty wigs. And it harkens back to the old look that they had with their hair. But wigs are probably easier to handle with magic. So they do this. Okay, so there's a wig. The cravat starts shrinking probably. I don't want it to. Or it starts opening again. I have an idea. It starts opening again. But this time, it's got a huge brooch that it's attached to. And then it starts opening, and it has these, like, really pretty rings on the fabric. Like, the fabric gets pulled in, and then it just ruffles. Because that's kind of what it looked like when it was in the vest, but they want to emulate that look, but still have the pretty length. Maybe this is also when they start wearing facial hair. I think men start letting their facial hair just really take hold. Specifically, mustaches. I think maybe dudes start getting the mustaches in. Maybe some chin hair like that. But they start just really letting their shit grow out. Because it looks like that doesn't really start happening. Definitely not during the 1800s. This picture of a dude in the 1870s was doing it, but it wasn't a normal thing. It looks like sideburns go into fashion for a bit in the 1850s. The 1860s, facial hair starts becoming more prominent, specifically what I'm doing here. But, God, those sideburns. Yeah, mustaches and beards start becoming a real big thing in the 50s, 60s, and then continues on up until the 80s or 90s. And it just keeps going. It just, oh right, and then they start shaving off the beard and just adding mustache. I'm gonna have to go look at 19th century clothes. Or, 20th century clothes, sorry. I'm already looking at 19th century. Can't believe I'm in the 1910s, what the fuck? I'm in the 1900s, guys! At least for this. I don't wanna look at that. Okay, yeah, facial hair just seems to kind of come and go for dudes. There's not really a set style, but for these guys, I think they start really growing it out. Yeah, I don't think they smooth that out. They start letting it go. Oh, my bad. Alright, so the coat in the 1800s for guys looks real stupid. It got real short like this. It stays like that, and then they have, like, that tailcoat, and that's it. And then they have their little cravat. I'm not doing that. That's dumb. I'm going to give these guys a Bloodborne look. So, the capelet just gets bigger. just gets longer. The vest stays where it is. It doesn't really need to go anywhere. It's just there. There we go. The coat remains open for a while, but I think they start gaining their length back. Like so. I also think their pants start pulling in as well. Hold on, let me do this. Their pants have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller since the 1700s. But here, I think their pants are now at the final stages. Yeah, and then the boots are gonna move up. Here's the boots. Let's see. The boots lose their buckles. The boots start opening in a really pretty look like this. And there we go. They keep the toe, I think, and then they start getting more decorations for the leather. There we go. Their heels start to get a little shorter. Because they no longer need them for war times and stuff. And the dudes just really want their heels to stop hurting. So, there we go. This starts to pull in just a bit more. Whoa! Oh, Period! How you doing, homie? Thank you for the water. Oh. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. I'm gonna drop that rolled up sleeve. Innovation. A clown's B-Day? Which clown? I know two clowns. Oh, that clown. I'm gonna go honk his nose. Does he have cake on his tail? That's adorable. Also, Period, how much longer is he gonna be streaming? Do you know? Do you know? Tell me. A while longer? Okay. I only ask because I might be rating him. Tee. What am I gonna do for the ladies? I might actually call it here after I get this lady's dress done. Because it is about that time. Also, it's hot as fuck. I just realized it's getting warmer, guys. This is the 1800s, so I'm not going to do what they did in the Regency period. Although I'm really tempted to, because the Regency period is very pretty. Or Regency? Whatever the fuck. It's very pretty. But I'm gonna do this. They're gonna drop the coif. Or they add it to the hair. Hold up, I have an idea. This is gonna be pretty. So, for the first time in centuries, ladies get to see their hair. Okay. And they're gonna be wrapping their, what was once a fabric coif, is going to be, like, wrapped around the head. Like so, behind the hair a bit, like halfway across the hair. And it's gonna do this lovely little drape. I think that'd be pretty. I'm also going to start scooting this up just a bit. They move the dress shape up, like so. Maybe actually they widen it like this.
Yeah, that's pretty.
They start making it shoulder width, I think. There we go. And I can get rid of this.
Get back.
I think I'm dumb. There we go. The chemise is no more. Well, at least the way they think of it. It is now something that is following their dress shape, and it now has little ruffles. It's just dropped with everything else. Like so.
Wow.
It's also not nearly as wrinkly. I think they've stopped with all of the crimping. Nope, I didn't want to do that. There we go. I really want to give them puffy sleeves. I'm gonna do it. Let's say their elbow starts scooting up again, and the sleeves start puffing slightly.
Because I want to give them poofy sleeves. Yay!
The dress stays streamlined for a while. Because remember, the sleeves are getting bigger, so the dress is gonna stay where it is. Should it drop back down? Nah, I think it'll stay longer. But that means we get to see their shoes. Their shoes, are starting to just be little points. They don't have buckles anymore. And they're probably wearing some sort of boots, just like the guys. But we're just starting to see their shoes, so they're not decorating it nearly as much as guys do. And their sleeves are starting to open up, I think. Like, very slightly. Like that.
Yay!
Alright, so we have the first few centuries, or the first century or so, done. So let's go see its dramatic change. So when we first started, in the 1690s, there they were, all Puritaned out and just now figuring themselves out. And then they evolved their stuff just a bit. They pushed it. Over time, it started shifting. The coats started bigger. The men's hats flattened, and then the war hit. And they had to become a bit more conservative with their looks. But now, they're starting to explore their new designs. And with that, I think I'm gonna call it. I might work on a bit more of this off-stream, but I can't guarantee that. I think I might give the women some lovely little belts soon. Maybe they start wrapping belts around their waists to keep their coats in line. I think that'd be really pretty, because we are going to start moving in towards the Victorian era. However, the Victorian era is going to be completely different for these guys. Also, we're going to start really leaning in towards non-binary fashions. I'm gonna try, at least. But yeah,
I think I'm gonna call it here. Let's go drop in on a cute little clown. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
Psst, 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 psst. Psst, psst. Y'all are cool, by the way.
thank you guys so much for hanging out. Today was a calm day, a slower day. I'm still not feeling 100% okay. Since yesterday, because yesterday I did take a little siesta. I took a break. So I'm not feeling too much better, but it's fine. Hopefully tomorrow I'll feel better. I'm also probably just gonna play some Stardew Valley, just something calm for my brain. That, and I haven't played Stardew Valley in a long time. And Friday, if I can't grab Leon, I probably won't be able to grab Leon, there is a new game that I want to try. I got it semi-recently, and I'm real tempted to play it for you guys. Because I've been wanting to play this thing for a while. Oof. Alright, and let's go drop in Clown. Where is? How spell name? Help, I'm dumb.
There we go.
Let's give it a little raid. Ah, it's follower channel. That's okay. I think I'm following him, so. Ooh, there's your guys' messages. And I will see you all tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna do some Stardew Valley. I have been playing a bit of it off stream, but I got to a point where I've maxed out Harvey's hearts, and he told me to go meet him at a train. So I said, hold up, pause. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. So that's what we're doing.
But yeah, I'll see you guys then. Goodbye. Wow.
Sinister music. Even more sinister music.